Hello, welcome back to some more Islanders New Shores. I've been really enjoying all of the later islands that I've been going to, later islands, Island 3. I've been enjoying more buildings to work with. I've been enjoying not getting stuck at, like, am I going to be able to make it to markets to begin with? I like planning around more of those buildings. And I think there's a slow enough progression that I don't need to replay Island 2 or Island 3 over at all. And I'm just going to continue with this run all the way through until Island 20. I think after this run, I'll be trying to go specifically for a high score run. So maybe some of my videos after I get through those, I guess the next 17 islands, that's still quite a lot. I'll read into some of the documentation of like exactly how do bonus points work, how do boons work, and I'll try to like micromanage everything I can to go for a top scoring run. We'll see how much better that run does than this one to begin with. Granted, it's not a perfect first level. I think Island 2 is... Oh, I can't say it's the best that I'm going to get because I haven't played too many of them, but it felt good when I played it. Same with this one. It doesn't feel like there's much more space to be given. I think my future islands are gonna like just blow these out of the water. Like Island 16 or something like that is gonna account for all of the points that Island 1, 2, and 3 do collectively. So they don't make as much of a dent on my overall score. We'll see if this 20 island run is comparable to the next one. I've also started taking breaks in between my runs. I'll do that to take a panoramic shot of the island every once in a while. I'm going to make time lapses out of them. I think I'm going to put them at the end of the video, time stamped. At the start, feels like you're going to see the island too much, and then you won't, like... For people that want to choose just the time lapse of the island, they get to move on forward. But if you don't want that choice, you'll just see me build the island first, and then it's a nice tidbit at the end when you see the time lapse. I'm digressing. Let's move on to the next island, and I'm also going to attach this to the end of all of my videos now, this bonus point scoring, because I should start caring about this if I'm going to be going for high scoring runs. Highest building score counts, nature interactions count, boons used, buildings placed overall, and score loops. So score loops tripling my score. Again, I believe that to be how many times you go around the compass wheel. Oh, what's this temperate? Why does that have an arrow on it? That's odd. Maybe it's like a cliffside area and it wants to tell me that like it's a very vertical area. We've got tropical. Okay, so aviary. I've used this a bit in the like 6 or 7 islands that I played before I started recording this game. It is a building where it likes, I think, not even houses, specifically mansions. I think it dislikes city centers. What else? I think it likes parks. I think it likes... What else? I can't remember, but all of them are like pretty minimal in score. However, like statues, of course. However, every time you get a score with it, that's its new base score. So say I play it for like 15 points to begin with. Not that much. The next time I play an aviary, it's going to be worth 15 plus whatever the points that I'm getting on top of it is. So say that's 30. Then the next time that I pick up aviary, it's worth a base score of 30, and so on and so on and so on. If you get a boon called neighborly, which I don't think I've seen that one yet, which means that it's more likely to show up in this run, especially with me getting like, I think 6 to 7 total boons. I can pick it, and then all of my aviaries, hoping for 3, probably only going to get 2, we can go like directly beside each other. Like I can make a spot that is just amazing for aviaries, and even though they take a point reduction by being beside each other, I'll be able to just get rid of that with neighborly. I don't know how much that'll score into the late game, but if I can get aviary early and make it worth like, I think the max is 120 points. If I could make it worth that 120 points just as a free building to place wherever I want, that's such a boon to get early on. Oh, I know that this building is going to give me 2 buildings packs worth just on one building, and I don't need to like try to shoehorn it into any place. I can place it in the middle of nowhere if I want to and still get those 120 points and not feel bad about it. Sure, I'm not getting like the extra 15 of placing it beside other houses, but then I also have to think about the opportunity cost of the buildings that could have been put in its place. Like if it's being played beside mansions, mansions probably want to be beside mansions, or a jeweler can go in that area, stuff like that. Now a sauna. I would be really, what's the word for it? Inclined to take a sauna if I had verdure. because it scales massively off of trees, some amount off of houses. Well, I guess it's the same amount of points from both of them, one per, but you can get a lot more trees in an area than you can get houses. And lumberjacks. So if I had a verdure, I play that and lumberjacks early, and then sauna is my way to capitalize on those points. You get like an extra 5 or so trees every verdure, and you can get like 5 of them, so it's an extra 25 points. I can put all of the saunas like similar in space, or like around the same spot, maybe just angled in different directions, so that it gets all of the trees, but it doesn't get in the range of sauna. It's very weird that the area of effect goes directly behind it, a little bit in front of it. Like how sandpits are slightly skewed to be in front of them, saunas are skewed to be massively behind them. So it's really easy to put them like not exactly side by side, but pretty close, and still get the majority of the buildings that you want. Like a couple, I don't know, a couple units of measurement away from them. I don't know what, like how to gauge distance without giving any kind of visual if I'm not in a level. I'm talking too much. Sauna is not the building that I'm going to be going for. Need verdure first. I'm going to go for aviary, get that scaling early. As soon as I pick it though, I want to see exactly what, how do I put this? Exactly what it scales off of. So it likes a guild hall. Excuse me. I'd prefer to place the aviary first and have the guild hall score an extra 12. But if it's going to scale 2 aviaries, that means it's an extra 4 points now and however many points down in the future. I mean, like statues are only a +2, not very much. Warehouses are probably going to be hard to get beside it. Fountains, mansions, and parks are going to be the easiest. Markets, difficult. Jewelers, don't have those yet. Fortune teller, don't have those yet. Temple, don't have those yet. So it's going to have to be mansions, fountains, and parks that I place this beside. This is going to be one of my last buildings to do so. And I also need it to not be beside pyres. Don't have to worry about that. Other aviaries, hopefully I'll get a neighborly, or it'll be worth more than 10 points to put it down in an area. And city centers. So that means, oh, this is going to be a water platform level. Okay. I don't know why it had the arrow going up then. Whatever. I'd probably want the aviary. I don't know if I can get it in range of the statue, conceivably. I'd want it to be in range of the statue, not in range of a city center. Say, place it here, and then all of the mansions go on this side with a park in the way. That does mean that the mansions are not really going to be scoring off of a city center. So if I get a lot of shamans, I'd place those down first. Now, the shamans on this level are going to have nowhere to block their rays except for right here. I don't really know if I want to play a shaman there. Maybe it's good. But I could play a shaman beside seaweed fields to get it some score. My main use for shamans in this round is to play it off of city packs. I think I'm fine with taking bigger cities on this area, especially without masons and brickyards to be able to give me like a lot of industry points. Now here, I'll add a building pack. Brewing pack or a lumber pack? There's not too many trees in the area. I'd probably want to play parks down beside my city centers, and then that gets ruined by lumberjacks. A brewing pack can get me to the next building for free just by playing like 2 of my hops fields beside the statue, and I like playing my fields down beside the statue. I'm fine with it. An aviary. Okay. It can be played on the hops field side of things. If it wants to be in range of the statue, it cannot be played on the wheat field side of things. Don't exactly know why. I thought, oh, the aviary doesn't want the birds to be distracted by the nearby wheat fields. I thought it would be the other way around, where wheat fields wouldn't want to be placed beside an aviary, but an aviary actually likes being placed beside a wheat field. Whatever. Might be like talking out of my ass, but I'm seeing like the aviary being where you send like crows or messenger pigeons, and those like wheat fields, just because of scarecrows being in them. But it's a very simple take. Guy that knows very little about biology talking about biology. I will want to align it to the grid against the statue, and I will want to place them against the edges first. I guess I could place one along like the statue right here to make sure that it's exactly in line with it. Like that. I think that does it when it like... It's a bit hard to tell if it locks into place there. I just want to figure out if there's going to be anything else that will be taking up this space, realistically. I would want to place a monument on this side because my parks are going to be beside all of the trees. My wheat fields could be on this side of the statue, then. I don't want to cover up any of the flowers or anything like that, and I want to place the hop field close enough in range so that I don't have to worry about like hops fields off to the side being out of range. Yeah, like this, the 5 point compared to the 9 point here. I'm trying to think of both the monument, which scales the most off of just parks and no farms, and the Hermitage, which scales off of both of them. If I place hops up here, that means I can eventually get a Hermitage in this area. It doesn't need to be placed on green. It can be placed on water platforms if I want to. And monuments could be on this side where they're placed beside. Maybe I'll get Blossom for blooming trees again. For parks, I shouldn't be talking about Blossom. It doesn't even scale the monument in the first place. It just scales parks. I'm thinking hops here then. This will be the farthest one out. Well, okay, no. If I'm playing parks beside the hop field, it makes the most sense to play them right by the flowers here. So then something like... Do I just place it right up against the statue here? That feels wrong. Feels incorrect. I am going to place my hops fields on this 90-degree angle instead of this one, because then more parks are able to hit these guys like this. I could also layer it... How do I want to layer it? Yeah, it's layering it like this at the front, and then big wide ones in the back. If I line it up directly with the statue, like this, I'll have space for another row of hop fields behind it. Or I was planning on doing this. I'll have another space for 2 hop field rows behind it. And it seems like all of them are still in range of the statue, which I like. That's where I'll start. This. Now a lumber pack or a city pack. I said that I wanted to take a city pack so that I could play a lot of mansions beside the aviaries, and because shamans are going to score off of them. I don't know if I want to score shamans off a city pack particularly, but playing for a big city might help me like figure out how to get more points with them when I'm backed into this corner in the future. I'm not seeing the ability to use a lot of lumber packs on this round. I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe if I get water platforms later, the sawmills will be helpful to give those points, but like they're not too much. Water platforms, I don't want to consider them as like scoring buildings. I want to consider them as places where I'll put scoring buildings on top of. It's what wall platforms and those buildings should be used for. Apart from terrace, those ones are like, oh, I want to build my city specifically in this area because it gets a bunch of extra points, or plateaus. You'll put wheat fields on top of it or whatever. So I'm gonna take city pack here. I'm gonna hope for a lot of hop fields. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, okay. So I get more and more area to work with as time progresses. It rises out of the ground. I also have 2 city centers to play right away. Feels a bit excessive. I am gonna have to get started with one of these city centers and just start going. I want to place the city center for its points, and I don't want to play any of the mansions yet because I'd like to be able to build like an aviary specific area and having a bunch of buildings to like work with compared to just like more buildings in that area later is better, and I don't want to have to try to build my aviary area right now. Houses I want to save for shamans because they get so much extra points, but I guess shamans I don't have to worry about as much. Wait, am I not able to get a seaweed farm on this level because everything rises out of the water? And is that a darker area in this section? Is that going to be like the island that rises out of the water in the future, or is that just showing everywhere? Now, it seems like here I'm going to be getting an island. And it seems like... Oh, no, okay. I can see like one layer down here. There's a couple small cliffs here. And then I think there's another section over here. I mean, there's this rock, but it doesn't look like it's attached to anything. I should focus on this island for right now. So to get me to the next round, I have to place a city center. And I could also place... It's going to be a city center, a brewery that is 38 points, and then a mansion for is the city center beside it 6? It's 8. Okay, then it's 1 mansion. Or I could... This is 5, that's 9, that is... Okay, hold on. 20 points, 18 points for 48, and I just need 2, right? So either playing a house or a mansion is fine. I think I'm gonna get started on that then. A city center here feels fine to me. Okay, but a Hermitage wants the hop fields and the parks, and it doesn't want any city buildings. So a city center back here makes a bit more sense, and I can place some mansions right along this corner, and then maybe in the future, like a shaman down... If a shaman was down here, I could get in range of it with a house, more houses over here, more houses down here, a little cheeky one on this edge here. And I could play a city center right afterwards to get all of the houses that are like in these 3 areas around it. Which then means that I want to have a city center outside of the range of this guy, which is nice that I have 2 to be able to try to plan that for the future. But I don't want a city center on this side because that means that houses are going down here when this is supposedly where my Hermitage wants to be, is like this radius. If I am to build a city center down here, if I put it down now, the shaman takes a -10 point hit, but if I put the shaman down first before the city center, it's -5 point hit. I can't do that, right? There's no way that I can get around it. So a city center goes down here, and I'll start playing houses around it as minimally as possible until I get a shaman to stuff behind it, blocking off the majority of its rays, and then allowing me to play houses near it. I'm just making sure that there's no areas with like, yeah, a lot of flowers like this, because that's an extra 8 points. That's like considering that's creating an extra 8 rays for it to block. I could put a city center all the way over here, and then the Hermitage could go in this area instead, like ending along these lines. It could be like right here. I think I might like that better. And then the monument can still be within range of this city's. If I play this city center here, the houses are not beside a statue, and there's no promise that there's more ground to play underneath here. So it might be a waste. If I play them closer to the edge, though, then I will be able to place more fissures, unless there are no fissures on this one, just like how there's no seaweed farms that I've been given yet. I don't know. I just like this space back here so much. Oh, there is a pile of flowers out here. So the shaman is, if it's not able to be stuffed in that back corner, is going to be in one of these corners to pick up these flowers. So then I think I do like this positioning. If there's a set of flowers here, a shaman could go here and maybe down here, and houses could maybe hit both of them by being in the center. Maybe. Let me just... If there isn't exactly enough space by pushing it to this corner for like what I think a shaman would be able to fit into, I could place it and then I can undo it, right? Yeah, that's definitely enough space for a shaman back there. And then I will play a house here for 11 points and a brewery afterwards to... Wait, did I... I'm trying to think if I mathed wrong. This is 11 points and this is 18. That gets me up to 40. This gets me up to 51. Hold on. No, this gets me up to 38. Plus 1, 39, 40, 49. So it's 1 point off. So if I do want to get it without having to place a second house, like say up here in range of the shaman again, I'd have to get by with a city center being in range of both a mansion and a statue. I think it's more worth it to play 2 of my houses and save 2 of my mansions for an aviary spot than try to eke out the extra 5 points that I would get with a shaman in the future from playing a house second and my city center in a more poor spot, in a poor location. don't know if that's the best place for my house, because then any houses in the future are not going to be beside it. The brewery does want to be further on this side, because then it'll be by all of the taverns. I could also try getting 2 breweries in range of all of these hops fields without, what's the word for it? Place one over here, so the breweries aren't taking the reduction in points, the -11 from being in range of each other. But I do also need this brewery to be beside all of the hop fields that I want to place in the future, which is probably going to delete some of these trees if I place it. I am going to bite the bullet and say that yes, one of the trees is being deleted. It kind of sucks that I don't see the range of the hop fields, but I remember it being quite large, so I think this is going to be in range of all of them that I place in the future. Or I could place my second city center wherever I think it needs to go to get 20 points off, but it also has to be in range of the statue while I'm doing that. And I'm not going to commit a second city center. I'd rather commit my brewery. Getting rid of, like, prime park location, I guess you could call it, down here. And maybe being out of range. Like, the tavern is probably going to end up here to get in range of some of the houses and the brewery if I'm placing it this far back. I'll move it up as much as I can against this tree and call it a day. And the house has to be placed, and I wanted to place it down here. Now, if I am to place it down here, I don't want to take up any of the flowers from the shaman in the future, and I don't want to take up the space that that houses will be in range of the shaman for. So I want to place this guy as far away as possible. Like, say this. So that when a shaman does go down, I can play the next house like here or something, and now it's in range of the shaman. Less points now, more points in the future. Don't know if that's going to pay off, because I am going to need to hit building packs. My next building pack that I get needs to be 60 points. 55, sorry. Masons. Interesting. Okay, so I think I'm taking the lumberjack pack. If the Hermitage was planned for this area, the lumberjack pack is not going to be it, but I think I need the early points, and Masons are not going to give that to me. Maybe they would if there's, like, beaches that show up pretty soon. Am I going to be able to get, like, brickmaker packs late game instead of early game? This is just so cool to me, by the way. Having the island slowly reveal itself as you're playing. Oh, it looks like there's so much area, too. Okay, we have yet another city center. Okay, I am going to have to place one of these and start thinking about where my next, like, housing area is going to go. I only get 1 lumberjack and 1 sawmill. That's rough. Okay. We're seeing a 10 point. We're seeing 15 points if I get lucky here. There's a 15 point. We're seeing 8 over here. We're seeing 12 up top, 14 up top. Do I think I can get away with playing a lumberjack here and a hermitage here? I think the hermitage might have too far of a distance, and it will be in range of these lumberjacks that I'm playing. And I want the hermitage to be here so that it can pick up all of the trees, but I think it picks them up at a rate of like 1 or 2. These lumberjacks also pick them up at a rate of 1. So if I'm playing for a hermitage, it should mostly be around my hop and wheat fields, because that's the one that it benefits like 4 or 5 points each from. So I should play for lumberjacks first. Lumberjack can get the most points, being 15 here, but then everything in the future has to play around that. I can get a 10 score afterwards, comfortably. I can get like 9 points here, it looks like. 8 points. I can also get another 8 points. I think what's going to happen is that I'm going to take like an 11 or 12 up top here. And then, ooh, that's a bit rough for placement. Especially because I don't have a second lumberjack to like check to make sure that my first one is played like within tolerance. Okay, I'm liking this 13 location. It gets rid of 2 flowers. Gets rid of 1 flower like that. Okay, so we've got a 12. And then that would mean that I could play another 12 or 13 up here. And I could play like banks of each of them. This one getting worse over time. And same with this one, I think. Yeah, this one's playing 12 at the beginning, and then everything afterwards is going to be less than that. Also, is it getting those trees because they're considered in the ground? Is it going to get my lumberjacks up there because they're considered in the ground? Do I just take like the most amount of points that I can on these lumberjacks in the middle and then play light scoring ones on the outside? That might be the case, actually. 10 isn't bad if I'm getting 16 for my first one and I have spots for... This is going to be 10 points because lumberjacks take -4 from each other. This one's going to be... I still think it's the best to have a bank of 3 here and then a couple back here. A sawmill can be on this side, picking up the couple extra from over here in the main middle, and maybe a sawmill here after the Hermitage goes down, which I forgot to check that last time. I know Hermitages take subtractions from lumberjacks, but I don't know if they take the same subtractions from sawmills. So I'm going to take the most points that I can here with 16, and I'll play around it in the future. I would like there to be space above it for another lumberjack. Is there any way for me to test that? I mean, yeah, the house hooks in and there's a bit of wiggle room. It feels like enough space. Now I need to get 33 points to get to my next building pack. Sawmill, definitely not worth it. City center, it is if I put it in range of the statue. And then I need to score a 13-point building. Is there anywhere that I could score 13? 12. If I played this guy in range of the house, it would have been enough. And there's no way that I can like put city centers close enough while having both the houses hit each other. No, I'm thinking that a city center then... It's weird to put it on a wall. I don't know if I like that. And it sucks that like I got so many city centers early because I kind of want masons or masons to put down before the city centers go down. I wonder if I'm gonna have like 5 or 6 on this map, if it's just gonna give me a lot extra because it feels bad for not giving me seaweed farms or other like good early game buildings. Yeah, I don't want to be building around this city center up here. I do think I take the -5 points to play it somewhere else. But then where is that? Because like probably my next spot is going to be where I'm playing a bunch of mansions and then where I want to put my aviary down. I might have messed up in not allowing myself to build mansions beside the statue. I thought I was going to be getting more hops fields. Maybe that's like a poor draw that I didn't get any, because like I want to just immediately, as soon as I get the buildings, place more of them. It has to go down somewhere. I need these 15 points, because even if I play all 3 of these houses... No, if I play all 3 of these houses scoring off of both the city center and the statue, it makes it... It's a lot of points lost from the, like, shaman that I want to get in the future. I could do something like this to get it in range of the city center, but not the shaman in the future. And then the next one that goes down is going to be something that can get, yeah, in range of the shaman. And, like, that's really far in range of the shaman. Didn't expect it to like sink to the ground. Kind of cool though, kind of cool. No more spaces on the walls for the weird S shapes. That's a pretty nice spot, honestly. Does it line up perfectly with it? No, a little bit off, but that's like not too much. It's probably gonna hit that shaman in the back. So I wait on the houses. No, I need to play one more house. I need to play one more house. That's not in range. Rough. Okay. What space do I want to take up with this house? Is this fine? Feels like it's getting rid of a lot of space along that wall, but as long as it lines up with the city center back here, let me try giving it a bit of leeway. I don't think it lines up with the city center back there, which means that any buildings that I make along the side are not going to like lock into place nicely. Do I then play it like this? I think I do. And if I shrink it down too much or like move it down below, I don't know if I'm going to be able to recover this block back here. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Is it one that I like put on a weird angle like this? If anything, it would probably be facing outwards that I'd want it to be on a weird angle, but it doesn't like walk out the ridge as far if I do that. No, I think I place it in the ground like this, and then I place the other city center somewhere. Is this going to get me enough points? I don't think... I need another, what is that, 21 points? This is 15. I would just need 6 then, right? Okay, I'll come back and play that house afterwards. Let's find a spot for the city center. Lumberjacks and sawmills are going here. I guess I could also place the city center, but it gets rid of the trees that I'm going to want to use by both of them in the future. If I place the city center here, this is where my mansions could go. Or it could be another spot if a shaman is able to go into that corner. Like, it doesn't get rid of that rock, right? No, it doesn't. I don't think it's in range of those flowers. I shouldn't play around it. If anything, I'd be playing around a shaman here, which would then mean that a city center goes here to have houses and mansions benefit from it. But that doesn't feel like there's a lot of space for the buildings that I want. I wish there was a bit more of a plateau. Then I just drop a city center on it and then start building mansions around it. Aviary is eventually going to be parks, which are out of the way by the hop field, that I am not going to be putting my mansions around. It is just mansions that I'm going to be scoring off of, it looks like. And I'll also want my fountains beside my mansions for a few extra points. Oh, you know what would be great on an aviary? It's got not the like biggest range, but precious. Something that a boon that I got last time, minus 15 points base, but you get plus 1 point for every building that normally like wouldn't count in its scoring. So I think you still get the minus 10 points from like city centers or things. But if you had a bunch of parks or even just like a bunch of trees, I think those count as like individual buildings. This right here would already be more points than like all of the mansions that I could fit within its radius. Thinking for things that I don't have, and I shouldn't be doing that. I should just be placing down my city center. If I play it here, it looks like there's not as much space to play mansions around it, or like buildings, but 1 could go down here, maybe 2 fits, 3, maybe 4, 5, 6, and then 7, 8, 9 mansions. That feels pretty good around 1 city center. I'll try building vertically on this. So we go here, and then we play the house on this side for enough points to pass. Now, I had talked about doing this to take up the least amount of space. It does feel like I'm losing out on that brick back there. But something that we just take. And I don't think it's any better to angle it in any weird ways. Right? No. Okay. A lighthouse. Now that is going to be easy to place on something like this early on. Oh, I could have placed my city centers closer together to have my masons score more points off of them, my plateaus to score more off of them. I mean, I'll probably get enough city centers that it won't matter, that like this one can be a one-off or this one can be a one-off, and I can like congregate them a little bit better. A lighthouse is a big surge of points, and because I'm not getting seaweed fields or fishers, or I'm assuming that I don't, without seeing any fishing spots on the water nearby, I think I'm gonna take a lighthouse because it's worth like 40 points on some of these pillars out here. Man, that's a lot of flowers in this area. I'm really hoping to get a shaman soon. Okay. Aviary doesn't care about a lighthouse? Didn't think so. Does a lighthouse care about an aviary? Didn't think so. I think it's just 32 points at base. It's just 32 points at base. Am I going to get any benefit by playing it closer to the main island? I don't think so. I think I could play it here, though. This feels a bit too far away from everything else. And I don't think there is many buildings that take a hit for being beside a lighthouse. We'll do that. Okay, now I'm probably going to need to play one more house or one more city center to get enough points. I'll look for a lumberjack that scores the most. I think 11 is here. Zoom in, help myself out. 11. 11's probably the best I get. Oh no, we've got some higher scores down here now because of the new trees that have popped up. That's kind of nice. Nothing that fits on the ridge here. Oh, that's a bit tragic because it just feels like wasted space now. Yeah, and I'm not playing it for 8. Maybe it locks in here for 11. I think I'd rather just play the 14s up top, even if it takes up space away from my mansions. Now, do I play a 14 or do I play an 11? I'm not playing anything close over there. I don't want to play them out here too close to my city center. I think playing this 14 is fine. Then that means that I have to score 12 more points, so I can put my house in range of the statue and the city center and move on to the next round. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, this is the wrong S shape. I mean, this might work to build it right here, but I'm losing out on that one block of space. And it's taking up a lot of real estate from the houses that could hit both the statue and the shaman at the same time. Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna lock it in there either. Oh, is there a way that I could like inch it in by doing this? No, because that corner, while it looks like it's free, it's actually underground. So it's like, it can't phase through that section of the building. Not yet, anyways. If I played it down here, I still don't get enough points. So I would need to play it up here if I want to have this be my only building. What about a singular mansion over here? It's 9 points. Not worth it then. I need to play 2. Okay. The mansion's here. I can play 1, and it might be in range of the shaman down here. I can play not even 2. This one isn't even in range of the city center. Because, like, if I play this guy here, I think the next mansion that I play... I'll undo it. Let me try setting this up. So, like, if I get this in range of the city center for 9 points, I'm not going to be able to play anything... Yeah, this corner doesn't have enough space to have a building be played back there. It's going to be in range of the rock. So that means that I could only get, if I played a shaman down here, like 2 mansions in range of it, which is an extra 16 points, I believe. No, it's an extra 12 points. Aviaries don't care about shamans. They don't care about shamans. If I were to play my aviary around the city center, because it's where my mansions are going, where would it be? Here seems alright. Here does not. Is this the place where I stack my city centers, either by using a neighborly or I just take the hit in points so I can play a bunch of mansions at higher, like, in a more spread out manner so that my aviary works? My masons are better. I don't think so. I don't think so. Do I place a sawmill in the middle early because all of my lumberjacks are either going to go along this ridge or up here in the future? So, what is it? This benefits 7 off of lumberjacks. It's enough points to get to the next round, so it is a possibility. it means that my industry building is away from, well, I guess I don't have a location for industry yet, and I have already split up my city centers, so my market doesn't have a location yet. I could start making my industry down here. Could. Don't know if that's better than this area of space. This just seems like a really good spot for a shaman, so I might hold that out for a shaman, and this would be my industry area. One sawmill can go down here. The second can go up here and still fit. It gets rid of some trees, though. I don't really like them being directly in the center because they take such a hit in points by being beside each other. I don't know if I need sawmills to score high, though. I think the base points is enough for me to keep these buildings in my hotbar to play around them instead. Can I rotate this around and get it any closer? No, it takes up the exact same amount of space. And with this, yeah. Or it feels like it's just a square that I'm placing down. Oh, but the shamans don't like lumberjacks, so putting a shaman in this corner, they're not going to be happy with this building up here. Maybe there's a space down below where I'll be able to put a shaman in range of these flowers. It's something I'll deal with when I get there. It's not something I'll pay any attention to yet. Are lumberjacks and sawmills the same range? Can't remember. I'll place that there and call it a day. I don't know if I need to move it further up or down to make sure that it's like better. Masons or farming packs? Farming packs feels like it's going to give me the wheat fields that I need to be able to get me to the next round easier, quicker. If I take masons, I don't know if I get enough buildings to get me like the 70 points to get me to the next pack. Masons are going to be worth like what? 13 each, I want to say, a city center and a statue when I place them around over here. And then they'll also be in range of the houses that I play down in the future. If I play them low enough, I can get a city center to touch those mansion or masons without hitting the other city center. Now it's looking like this Hermitage location is getting worse and worse with how many houses are up here. Maybe I can play it low enough where it only gets like one lumberjack in range. I'm like, my intuition is telling me farming pack because then I can play off the statue easily and get a lot of points, but I can do the exact same thing with the masons by playing them like here along this edge. And it does mean that houses are in range of them. And I've had to have placed some houses to get me from like round to round. But if I play the masons first, then the shaman takes a big hit in points. They need to be separate. I can't play them too close to all of the houses down here. So that means that I want masons and shamans to be pretty close beside each other so that I can deal with them easier. I'm going to take the farming pack first. What new islands do we get? Okay, yep, this is where my city center is going to go, because this right here is a mine that you put a precious ore mine beside, and then a jeweler. The jeweler only likes being beside mansions, or like that's one of the only things that he scores off of, apart from the mine. Shaman in the corner with the flowers. City center down here. Not here. Where would it be? I mean, I guess it could take over the flowers right after, because the shaman takes up so little space and the mansions need to be so close to the shaman to score points off of it that it'll play like this outwards. Hopefully they'll be able to stick out from the city center just barely so that the aviary can pick up the mansions without the city center. Or my aviary goes like right... this doesn't get it in range of that city center. If I played it on this edge instead of that one up there, I would have liked it. Hindsight, can't make those decisions, right? But then the aviary could be in range of some of the mansions that are down here on this side and some of the mansions that are on this side. I might be playing too much into the aviary, but it's infinite scaling. I want to. Hopfield is such an easy placement. We're going to get that down so that I don't think about it. Now we only got one mill and one wheat field, meaning I'm going to have to place some more houses or mansions to get me to the next round. Which side do the wheat fields go on? I think on this one. And then if I want my mill to be beside the most wheat fields, wheat fields being beside the statue and the mill in equal amounts. Say if I like start putting wheat fields here, they could be in range of both the statue and the mill at like this range. This guy would as well if I were to place the mill right here. It's in range of one city center. It's kind of nice. Okay, my next mill then. Ooh, because the Hermitage isn't going to want to be in range of this mill. I'll need to place it pretty close along the edge to be able to pick up these guys. It might be a wall platform that I place here to extend its range out further so that I can pick up the hop fields. And does it even need to be a wall platform here? It could be a wall platform out here that a Hermitage is able to pick up this range. And if I play the wheat fields on this side, I could eventually play a mill over here to be able to benefit off of the majority of the wheat fields, and still be close enough for like a warehouse in this area. A market could maybe go up over here then to get the city that I want to make down here and the city center over here in range, as well as the 1 or 2 warehouses that I place. I think I feel comfortable playing a wheat field here. Yeah. Okay. Now, I either need to play a city center in range of the statue, somewhere, or I need to play 2 houses, I think. Or I could start playing some of my mansions. 10 points per mansion does not feel good enough, though. What else am I going to do around that city center? You know, I'm going to look up real quick to see if a Hermitage scores off a city center. And not the houses. Oh, and while I'm doing that, I'm going to take a break and take a panoramic of the area. So I wonder how the panorama in this island is going to turn out, actually, just because the ground is rising. I wonder how much more it's going to rise, and if that's going to, like, how I'm going to deal with that by meshing all of the videos together. Maybe I'll only do, like, the last 3 drone shots, or, like, I just axe this one from the final cut. Maybe it'll be included. I did also try to look up some information for the game online, and there is none. So I might have to start taking some of my own notes. That might be something left for like the eventual high score run. Doesn't feel like something that like I don't want to get that nitty gritty on this run. Or maybe I just play enough and I'll remember everything and I won't have to write notes anyways. So, houses to get me to the next round, or mansions. 2 of each. I can play 2 mansions over here. Kind of wasting them, to be honest, because they won't be beside a jeweler down there. I might get enough that it won't matter. I mean, I haven't hit my next point total and I haven't hit my next point total anyways. God, it feels like a waste to be putting down the mansions and stuff before anything that modifies their score. 9 points? I'm gonna play it and I might undo it later. I just want to see, yeah, I could get enough points to finish this and go to the next round. mean, that feels good enough to me. I want to save my houses for the shamans. I'll get more mansions in the future. And I don't want to have to figure out where my next city center goes without masons. There's the shaman. Instantly, I'm taking it. Now, where else are we going to be able to build? It's looking like it's getting to the end. Like there's no more ground to be revealed. Yeah, this is looking like a pretty, like, filled out island. Looks like there's a bit more underground. Okay, so we only have one shaman, but I have the exact spot that I wanted to put it, which was back here. And it is getting still 23 points, even having a -10 here, just because so many of the rays are blocked, and there's some flowers for it to eat up. Now, I do want it to be as far out as possible, so as many houses hit it. I will check, though, just to see what other spots look good to play in the future. This one, not that great. 23 ain't bad. 27's pretty good as, like, a base score. It's not going to be in range of any of the mansions over here. This one would have to be too far away for it to work. About down here. An even better base scoring one of 33. Maybe if I move it like... No, I'm probably not getting better than that. $35, okay. That is where I'm going to call it for figuring out that spot. It might allow me to place... no, but if I place the city center beside here, it takes a negative from the shaman and the other city center. I think any mansions over here aren't going to be played. I'll just have to make my aviary down by the jeweler over here, which the shaman is getting a solid 27 points for being back there. Any more for getting rid of this flower? Nope. And not much more for being up here. Because it's in range of the city center, and it's going to be in range of the other shaman up top. So this, plus the city center afterwards to play mansions beside is good, but I'm so prepped on the houses over here that I want to get some of them down, especially because some buildings like the circuses or taverns are going to want houses already on the board to score. 23 was my max, and I wanted to find a spot to get it as far forward as possible. Feels good. Let me see. As long as, like, yeah, the majority of the houses are going to be in range for an extra 5 points. This guy isn't. Okay, so I'll have to wait to play him somewhere else. He is probably going to get played. Ooh. Not many good spots for him. Maybe here? I mean, I can align him to the city center this way instead. I think that's fine. Do I back him? It's hard to know if I back him out to this corner instead or if I walk him in. I think I do back him out and eat the... Yeah, it's not much space loss in the center. And then this building maybe hooks around here nicely. It doesn't feel like it fits as well as it could. And I can get this guy to slide in back here. Maybe that's worth the space. I think, yeah, just something like this is probably going to be more worth it, but I'll see in the future. This is looking like a building to go here, though. I'll just separate it from this house a little bit to get it in range of the shaman as well. Now, is it more worth it to do something... No, the space off to the left feels like it blocks too much. Could I do this? I mean, it sets up for a nice corner piece or like a 2x2, but this leaves the most empty space to play by the shaman and the city center still. And I think I should wait on playing any of my houses down here. Like, this guy I don't think was a mistake because he's a weird shape, but my masons can go down here to be in range of both the city center and the statue, and I'll make sure that it's not in range of the shaman as well. So the houses on this ridge will get the extra 2 points or so from each of the masons that get played. Now this guy, again, another awkward shape. I don't think I'm going to want to... No, that's definitely not enough points. That feels like it's taking up too much real estate. I can get rid of the flowers. I don't have to worry about them on the ground anymore. Does this work well? I think it shoehorns me into placing like a corner piece in there, and I might not even have the space for it. Let me try and then see what the next building. Ah, it's another corner piece. Yeah, okay. That would be able to fit one of the corner pieces in there. I'd be fine with that house if I wasn't already planning for masons. So I'm going to undo it, and I'm also going to see if this field is worth the 14 points that I need. I'll play that instead because that's a free building, quote unquote. This is still in range of that guy. Nice, nice. I'm liking the placement. Okay. Now, a fountain or a mason. I don't have many mansions down yet. The fountains I want to put beside the aviary, so I'm not going to take it. There's no need yet. I'll take the masons, because they also need to be beside the house. And I get another shaman. That's really nice. That's really nice. Okay. Not looking much different. Still have that island yet to peek out down there. If I need some base points, I think I can play the shaman when I feel like it. The mason, though, 14 points. It's going to be outside of the range of any warehouses. Warehouses, I think, benefit 5 off of this guy. It's going to be out of range of the masons. Or, sorry, it's going to be outside of the warehouse and the mill range in the future. But putting it in range of the houses, I think is worthwhile. And getting it more points than what it would be if it just scored over here without the statue. So we play it over here for 14. Gonna move it over to the left as much as I can so that the majority of this platform hits it. Yeah, there. And then we'll play houses along this side here to get it in range, hopefully. Now, this guy, I'll hope to walk out to hit that 18 points without getting rid of the space in here. And there was like no way that I could shimmy a guy in here without taking up a lot of this space as well. So let me go for that 18 and then make sure that, yeah, you can squeeze in between. Nice. Okay. And our first boon, this hopefully is going to give us a lot of like either new buildings or early points to work with. I don't want a late game boon here. I'm feeling like I'm struggling to like build up buildings currently. That might be because I took cities early, and I do have 8 mansions and 5 houses, like 13 buildings in my hotbar. It just feels like they're less varied on this area. Maybe that's because I instantly placed my hop fields and my hops. I mean, I did the same thing with my lumberjacks. I don't know. Boon pack. Sealed boon. Receive a random boon pack in 15 points. Sealed boons will persist between islands. Or demolish. Select a building to remove. You get to keep 60% of what it originally scored. That could get rid of bad... okay. Let's say I place down like a market that's worth like 120 points, and I have no other good spot for a market, like not even any physical space left on my island. I can demolish it and then replace a market in the exact same spot to basically get 60%, or like, yeah, 60% extra points. That doesn't feel good though, because I could just take something that makes a building score an extra 60%, and then I don't have to have 2 of those same buildings to play. Like I just need 1 market in that case. It could also get rid of buildings that are bad beside others. Like, let's say I put down a shaman in an area, and then after I place all the houses, I want to place a bunch of masons in the area. That, it's not the best example, but I could demolish the shaman to get rid of the -5 reduction in points, and then just load up the place with masons, you know? I could also... I could place an aviary, demolish it, and place another aviary, but I think I'm going to take the gamble on a sealed boon, and even if I, like... It says it persists between islands. I could save this until the late game and then, like, pop all of my boons on the last island. But I could also just pop it now for an extra 15 points if I need it, and a random boon pack. Like, because I don't like demolish... I'm fine taking a random one and randomly hitting demolish, or randomly hitting, there could be a lot of things, and it could just be better for me. Now, I don't know if I use it on this island, and I could save it for the next one if I wanted to score more. If I get, like, backed into a corner, and I only need, like, 15 points, I'll probably use it. Now, I'm going to need some points to get to the next round. That is going to be done through 3 houses, I'll hope for. This guy doesn't fit nicely in there. guess here is the next best space for him. I think it stops somebody from being, yeah, angled down. They have to be angled up if they are locked into this location, which does kind of suck. This gets 14, not enough. Ooh, this is a good spot to use him because he just fits well. I'll maybe be able to get, yeah, corner piece in here still around the shaman. If I'm I was thinking if I'm really lucky, I'll be able to get the statue still, but it's too far away now. So this is the piece that I wanted to go in here, and specifically this one too, so that I can build a flat area out here. Keep my options open elsewhere. And I'll find another corner piece that is still able to reach the shaman and the house. Like, even if it's a longer one, I can just move it up slightly, and it'll still fit. So you go here. We've got another small corner, so I think I'm going to take up the least amount of space possible here and have my next flat building surface ready to go. Now, okay, if I do have a flat building surface here, I can see that I'm not scoring off of that shaman at all. So the best thing for me to do might be to do this, and then if I can eke another, yeah, oh yeah, there's a lot of space down in the center. I can probably put another building, yeah, like this, that gets close enough to the shaman on the next placement. Can I get like 18 points by moving it further out? It feels like it's too skinny for a house. I'll try placing it and seeing if I can slot something in. I can, just barely too. Okay, but I'm not going to want it to be this building. I'm gonna want it to be something that's a little bit longer. Specifically the L corner piece. Gonna be a bit hard to find, but it's a possibility. This one is also looking like another nice piece. I didn't even have to find the other corner to get in range of both the shaman and the house. And I completely forgot I could also start building up here when I feel like it. I guess I was just focused more over here because of the mason granting an extra 2 points, wanting to benefit off of the building that I took there. Fine with parks. Thing is, do I want them to score off of the hops field, of which I have like 3, not that many, or do I want them to score off of the trees and have it easier to be placed beside a monument and have it score off of aviaries? I think that's better. But I do want to start stacking parks, so I'll take it. We get 3, that's pretty nice. There's the small island showing its face. Oh, and we're finally getting sand now. Am I going to unlock the brickmaker pack then? If so, in future, I think I save... Well, I guess I've only placed 2 city centers. Thought that I'd have like 4 by now. It just gave me so many in the early game. I'd want to save more city centers for placing them down by the beach by all of the masons, and maybe I'd then save this mason for the for later into the game. I don't know, it's been a pretty good one. This is like 20 points worth. I think it scored 13, and it's going to give me enough points from houses to score up to 20. It's not the best mason, it's not the worst. I mean, if I put it beside a city center and 2 plateaus, I think that like that's 20 points based off of like not even the mason score, but the things that are placed around the mason. Yeah, I don't think I want to place another mason here for a -4 in points and have it benefit so slightly off of the houses that are in range. Even if I placed it here and it's beside like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe like 7 or 8. 7 houses total. That's only 14 extra points. It's a 16 scoring mason. That feels pretty low, honestly. We do have another wheat field. I don't think there's any place to play it other than beside our mill currently. If I play here... Guess that's still close to the mill, but not the statue. And yeah, there's enough space to put a wheat field over here and still have it in range of both of them, which is nice. Meaning that my mills in future can go down here, still pick up all of the wheat fields that have been placed here. So that's a free placement. I want to save the mason for later, so they can be played down here beside a brickmaker pack that I might be getting, because now there's sand on the island. So I think it's a house in this corner. It's 17 points compared to, I guess it's 17 points over here as well. It fits nicely into that corner. Which side do I start building it on? Oh, what could be really good is a wall platform like right here for a market to get in range of the warehouses that would be played by all my industry here and all of my buildings here. That's probably what my wall platform's for this game. I guess there's no worry about which side I put it on then. I'll finish this side off, I think. And then here still has enough range for another one if I want it. This does not get into range of the shaman. Feels like a pretty good placement there. How much can the corner go in? I mean, more than what I'm expecting, so it might... I think I'll play the 18 there. Oh, I don't have another house to check to see if it is a good placement or not. I might wait. Might. It's probably going to be the house that I play for however many points. This is... I'll get it to 18, which means 50, 60. Then I just need another 20 points. The shaman is giving me 27. That's another 27 spot, but it's outside of the range of where the mansions that I want to place are going to be. This is 31, but okay. If I play a shaman here, just to do the math, the points that I'm missing out on are going to be like 3 mansions beside it, meaning I'm losing out on 18 points. So instead of a 33 that I get over here, this is a 27. That is a 12-point difference. The city center being played after the shaman is -5. So if I play a shaman over here, it's 7 more points than if I were to play it over here. This is points now. This is points later. And because I am going to get to the next building pack by playing the house that I want to and the shaman that I want to, or this shaman, I'll be fine on taking that hit in points. It's 33 up there, not 31. I think this is also 33. I found a 33 spot. Maybe I didn't, and I'm seeing things. I still am going to play this for 27 over here. And I'm not going to need more spots for shamans. I don't think I'm going to get too many more. If I do, there's the all right space over here, and then the good space. Good spaces, maybe, over here. 1, and then 2, if I really need to. One gets played there. And then this guy, I wanted to play either here or around this corner up here. Feels like this one could be a bigger piece. This guy I want to be a small piece, so I'll play him here. Get him on the 18 points. We take the next pack. And now huts. They're really good without any industry buildings, but a lot of city centers. And because I have 1, 2... I think they also like shamans. I have like these buildings that are going to get it a reduction in points, but 6 points per city center. That's 18 on the shaman. Sorry, 18 on the hut, plus another 2 on the shaman for 20, 22. They're 22-point huts. They're like as good as, if not better than these houses up here. Do I want to get a lot of huts? Do they count for markets? I can't remember. I think I'm going to take them over the fountains. I think I can draw multiple huts. I don't think I'm going to draw multiple fountains if I pick them up. So I'll do this. Get a lot of parks. Okay, so yeah, like a hut right here on this edge is able to get in range of everything. Is this not as good as I thought, because they just barely dodge out of this city center. I mean, maybe they get more points if I can get them here. Yeah, 18. Okay, do I get another 18 here? Can't place anything on this ridge. Okay, so it's like a 17, and then all of my huts are going to go here for 18 points. But that's something I do in the future. The sawmill, I'm not going to play for a while. I want to make sure that I get like warehouses down where I need to, or like lumberjacks down before it goes down. So that means that I'm going to have to ship it on the mansions down here to start scoring my points. Okay, so if I want the most to be beside both the city center and the shaman at the same time, there are 2 ways of going about it. I can put the city center out here and then have mansions riddled down the middle as like 1 in range, 2 in range, 3 maybe in range. Or I can put the city center right beside the shaman, like, not like there, but here. Maybe even a bit further out to make it so that it doesn't take that -5 in the top right of the screen from the shaman up top. If I place it here, I'm going to get... Let me just make sure there's enough space on the other side. I'm going to get 1 in range of the shaman. 2. Maybe 3. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to get 1. It's like 2 in range of the shaman. That's rough, honestly. If I had the ability to, I might undo that shaman placement and see if there's a better spot that like doesn't have as much space on this ridge. Like if I could place a mansion up here, it'd be really worthwhile. I don't think there's going to be a small enough one to go up there. Even like the small corner piece isn't going to have the space. So if I was hoping for like 3 points, maybe, I think the city center here is the best way to go. And then I can build on this side of it for the aviary. Okay, let's say I put it like out here in the middle of both of the spots. I'm going to have space for... Man, that's such a small range. It's so much smaller than what I'm thinking. 1, 2, 3 maybe, and then I have more space to play it around the city center rather than playing it in the corner here. And as I'm playing the ones that like, I think I'm going with like 1 mansion worth of space in between them. And up a bit so that this ridge isn't going to get in the way. Mansions. 1 here. It's not going to be in range, is it? No, not even close. But these guys are going to be in range to the city center again, which is nice. Now, if I bring this one down at all, am I able to sneak an extra mansion in between? No, that's way too small of a space. And then I will get 1 more in here. Like, let's say... Yeah, like that. Oh, that fits. It just locked into place. There's like 1 area that this mansion is going to work in the back corner. I'm not seeing things, right? It did lock into place at one point. Nope, apparently it didn't. So it has to be at an angle like this, which then stops me from doing anything around here to make it work. If I extend it out a bit, I'd have to pull back to be able to give enough space for a corner piece in here to work. If I do this, how about? Then the next building that I place along this side, it doesn't reach. It doesn't reach. I need to place them at like awkward angles to make them work. Maybe if I rotate the city center, it would be better. So like the city center could be placed like this. And then the mansion gets played like here. I could move up the city center a bit more. There's no spot for like another mansion over here then to make it work. And if I make this further away and I have space for 2 mansions here, maybe it's worth it. This is a lot more difficult than what I would expect. There. Make sure that a mansion, yeah, like just barely fits in between as a 2 slot. So we have 1 to cap it off at the top. We then have 2 here, 3 here. I think that's the best. I wish I could do it. Maybe... No, because it leaves too much space on the right-hand side if I do it like this. I can maybe get another one in... No, it would have to be a short corner. This is the best that I'm going to get. I could get a short corner in at the top, but I can't do anything other than like this down here. Oh, that kind of goes into the wall. Maybe that's worth the extra space to do. Can it go into the wall like this? No, not even close. With this it can. So then I could move my city center in a bit. Let's go right there, a little bit past deleting the flower. And then, yeah, it definitely feels like it can fit a second one in there. And then this guy, it locks into place with a big corner. It's not as nice to build around up here then. So I will want to bring this down just a bit. And I want to make sure that this has enough space to be brought down. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. So I think if I were to line it up, the top corner right here needs to be a little bit further down, like almost in line with this flower. Man, the amount of work I put into one city center. So delete the flower, move out a little bit past it. Try to line up the top with the top of the flower. And then the mansion has space to be built like nicely while being in line with the city center. This mansion is going to have enough space when I back this one into the wall. I lock it in there. Mansion 1. Oh, that's a lot more space than what I was expecting. Maybe I... Okay, if I get lucky, I can play a mansion like this. And then that means that my next mansion could maybe be a corner piece that goes in here. And then my last mansion can be one that does something like this to get the shaman as points still. Yeah, I can't put it on a weird angle. It just has to be like this, moved as far to the right as I can. So here, maybe I can backspace it if I need to. Okay. What's stopping it from being in range? It seems like there's enough space on the left-hand side, but there's not enough space up and down. We take those. And then I can get 18 points by doing this. I can probably also get 18 points by, yeah, doing that. That's better. 4 mansions beside the shaman because I did all of that extra work. Okay. Putting it in the corner got me 27 points. If I bring it out at all and I can build around more sides of the shaman, I could conceivably place maybe like an extra mansion or 2 around it, which equates to 12 points. It'd be hard. I could try lining it up like that in the future. I'll probably get another shaman that I'll need to place beside like one of my mansion areas or something like that. Yeah, no way that I can get it all the way back to the shaman again. I'll wait for a better corner piece to fit up top there. 'Cause I don't want to take up the space here and then leave a lot of extra like straight line here. If I put an aviary down, it's taking a 10 hit to the city center and I can't get the 2 mansions in the back. If I place it up here, it doesn't reach. I don't think the aviaries are going to be that high scoring this time around. Like, if I start putting parks down here, then it would mean that my aviaries can be a bit better from them, right? Yeah. But the parks aren't going to be that high scoring down here either. Maybe over here. This is seeming like my best aviary spot so far. I shouldn't think about it too much. No, I don't want to place a hut. Okay. Why wouldn't I want to place one of my huts yet? Do I think I'm going to get another city center in range of any of these guys? Or my best spot for a hut here is 24 points, and I don't think it's getting much better. I would need to place either more shamans in this area, or what else scores off of it. Sauna, don't have that. Fisher, only 1 point, don't care. Seaweed farm, only 1 point, don't care. They're too low. And it's only going to get worse as I place lumberjacks, masons, mills, and sawmills. The only thing that could increase it is a city center. And a city center, there's not space for it on this cliffside. There's not space for it over here. This is taking up too much of its space. This one here, and this one here. Granted, if I get a neighborly, I could stack like 2 city centers close to each other, but that's... it's not something I want to play around. We'll play on the 24 on the outside first, and then play inside afterwards. I don't want to take up space from the lumberjacks. 24 there. Now a tower or a fountain. I think I'm fine taking the fountain so that I can see where around here it needs to be placed. Towers, I think I'm just going to get... they're not going to be scoring too many points. Maybe more because I have a bunch of residential buildings and I can place them like one here to hit all of the houses. But they score mainly off of masons, and I have one of those currently. It's a lot of huts. I think I can keep going on placing the huts. It feels like I'm shipping them early, but I don't think there's going to be better spots to play them. Oh, that's crazy. Other islands will still be moving up, even though like your island is enough. Like these islands are separate entities when they get raised. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's like these islands over here still have a chance to continue moving up. Maybe this guy does too, but I don't think so with a beach. And I haven't been offered the Brickmaker pack, so I don't think I'm going to be on my next one either. I shouldn't. If I'm not playing around brickyards for masons, what else would I be? Playing it beside industry, I can wait until a warehouse to put it down, and I'm not playing any houses, so there's not any reason for me to play a mason yet. 24. Pretty good huts, all things considered. Sucks that I can't place them down here. And I can get 23 down here, which I'm fine with. Maybe I can... No, it doesn't look like there's a second spot that I can get a 23 on. Maybe we just won't get any more huts. Warehouse or a tower? Is there really any of a decision here? Because like they just feel like single buildings that I'll be getting a small amount of, and it doesn't matter which one I take first. It's not like I need to play any of them right away. Warehouse could give me a better idea of like where I need to play my industry buildings. Towers feel like they're easier to place. I'll do that. Hopfield because it's easy. Lighthouse also going to go down because it's easy. I should have also been looking around to see where those islands are moving up. I think it's this guy right here. Yeah. So nothing important really. Let me see what a fountain is looking like down here. 19 points. 23 points. Yeah, even though it's worth more up here, house is going to be worth that amount up top. Down here, mansions, especially along this corner, are not going to be worth that amount. If I played on this side, maybe an aviary is going to be in range of it. Doesn't really seem like it. We'll worry about that in the future. Warehouses. I guess it goes up here. This is also where I wanted my Hermitage to be. I don't know if the Hermitage is going to be reduced by the warehouse at all. I don't think it does. I'll wait until I get it. I can play lighthouses first. Looking for 32 point positions. Out here, sure. And I don't have anything else that works off the lighthouse, right? I mean, the guild hall eventually, that's worth 12 points more if I play it in a guild hall area. Where would I want to play my guild hall? Probably up here in the middle, honestly. Grab one hut, lumberjack, brewery, hop field, wheat field. I'm not going to hit the mill. Maybe a mill in the future. But any place that I put a lighthouse up here is not going to be worth the amount of points, like plus 12, to be worth it. This is worth 27. I can place it for 32 somewhere else and also not have a lighthouse in a weird location. I think both of them beside each other is fine. That way, if there's anything that does benefit from lighthouses, they can go in the center. I mean, I don't have docks and harbors yet, and I think those are the buildings that predominantly play off of them. We have another boon. Now, I don't know if I can select a boon and then undo. Actually, I'm going to try that. Demolisher. Oh, we get a wisp late. I think I have to play around it, though. Oh, especially because the aviaries are going to pick it up, and then they're worth 5 more base points. Okay. So I take a wisp. What's the play? I think it is putting it onto the city center down here, playing a bunch of mansions and parks in this area. The parks would eventually extend up to here, hopefully, to get some of the flower points and the city points. Or I could play... No, because I'd have to alternate between park and mansion, because parks don't care about other parks. They do care about fountains, though, so I'd have to be very tricky if I wanted to play them off of parks. But bouncing it around between 10 mansions is the best thing I could do. I don't know if I have enough new mansion placements down here to make it worth it. Especially because the wisp endpoint that I wanted there to be is an aviary, and I don't think many things scale off of being beside an aviary. Mansions score 2 points, so I can pull it off of the aviary with a mansion and then onto another building in the future. Demolish doesn't offer me much. Wisp does. But if I take it, then I'm not able to get it on another run where I'd want to get it earlier. I guess this is the second boon. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. So I have to select the building that I attach the wisp to, and then it grants 5 extra points every time I move it. Now, give me a second to pull up one of my utilities. I'm going to be counting how many times I bounce this wisp. I want to, like, track this as a separate high score. All right, I'm back and ready to bounce some wisps. The plan, I think, is still going to be the same, with mansions eventually bouncing it onto an aviary, pulling it back off with another mansion in the future, and then getting more points as necessary. I want to be able to build as many mansions beside each other as possible, and maybe it is going to be worth it to eventually place them far apart from each other, like bouncing in between a park, because that's a bit longer range than a mansion, back and forth, to get it to this city center as well. Or maybe I'd want to start it at this city center so that I can place some mansions down beside it, and then eventually build down to here and have it end up here, because this is where my aviary is going. No, because my aviary is going to be up here in the middle, and that's going to be easier if I finish building down here, eventually build up, and then it's like one extra building to get down here, or maybe one of my mansions from up here is able to just barely nick this range, right? Let's say I put a mansion up here. Oh, and I don't get the undo button because I selected something from the boon pack. Let's say I put a mansion up here. I can't get it in range of the city center exactly, but I place it like hugging this lumberjack. Bad position, but I just want to see if it's within range of this aviary. It is. So let's say I finish building up with like parks and mansions through like these flowers to be able to get it beside the city center, and then my wisp is eventually going to be played right here. My first aviary goes down here. My second aviary goes down like right beside it. So I need this space in the middle to be open, and it's pretty generous with where I'm allowed to play it to let a mansion like this get in range. I don't know if I'm going to get lucky and have a mansion exactly like this when I need it to be, but I could maybe play it into this corner to make this aviary work a little bit better. I shouldn't be very worried about taking up too much space. So one building is allowed to go here, like a mansion or a park, and then I leave a bunch of space in the middle, and the next mansion or park goes over here. I am starting it down here. I can ping pong it between a fountain at one point. I think what I do is I just get a bunch of base points with it before worrying about anything over here or the aviary. I'm going to start it on the city center, and I'll pick it up with a mansion. And then I just build as many mansions and fountains in here as I can, and then I can ping pong it between parks and mansions going up. So let's go to the boons and start placing the wisp. Yeah, nothing to it but to do it. I love the color scheme of this, by the way. It's such a pretty pink. There's a little guy. Okay. And now you'll see I'll get some extra points from it. This is probably the best that I can play it. Or out like this, so that I save more space for an eventual building like this beside the city center. So I want to play one here and make sure that there's enough space in the middle to like slot something in here. Oh, I can't check because the next building is bad. I could always pull it out a bit more. Let me backspace that. Oh, and I am going to have to be incrementing these wisp bounces manually, but I don't think I'm going to forget. Yeah, and I think these automatically align to the grid. I'm going to hope that that feels like it got pushed in too much. You know, it might be aligning to this guy right here. Is he against the building, actually? Do I have anything else that I could use to test this? I mean, the house doesn't look like it can shimmy in between there. But I don't have a thin park. Nothing else. I'm going to undo that just to make sure that I can get this in there. It feels like it gets pulled in after I place it, like here. Yeah, like it looks smaller than what I'm originally placing it at. I might have to save that for the future then. Maybe I place a building like this. That feels like a good enough placement. Yeah, and then I can place this one back here. Then the next mansion is going to have to be in range of this guy. So instead of pushing him up as high as I can, I need to pull him down. Let me also increment that counter. Okay, so down here then, we increment that counter. Tavern or a tower? A tower is a great way to pull the wisp off of wherever it is currently, like any building, and then you put it onto a residential building, and then you can like move it across areas. Like, oh, 2 towers and a city center. Okay. Oh, and we're also getting some island movement. This guy. Okay, not much, not much. So let's say I place like a tower here. You can see that it's getting some points from the wisp. I'd play it up here, and then because houses score off of towers, I think, then I can ping pong it over to the houses that I have set up top. City centers also have a pretty long range, so they'll do that. I guess it doesn't score off the mansion, but it can score off other buildings. I am just going to continue placing mansions down here because there's like nothing else for me to really do. Okay. Do I do like a weird placement like this? That's the way that I place this building so that I have enough space to play another maybe 1 or 2 here. It's like that. Okay, and then as much as I wanted to put a guy that's like really long down here, I might have to concede and just play something like this. Or I can leave a slot open for it by doing something like this. Yeah, and then I really just have to hope that I get like the correct L block back there. If I don't, I could always play a backup like this instead. It's just wasting the 2 spaces in the back beside the city center. But it's still as much as I can conceivably get out of this area. I'll play for the max. Please, please. Oh my goodness. Rewarded, rewarded. Like I said with the Hermitage, I'm completely normal, I swear. Yeah, and there's no way that I can move it up or down either. It feels so good to get Tetrises like that off. Oh, and does this one fit perfectly? No, there's an extra block of space. Could I play him like this instead? No, I'd have to play him at a bit of an angle. Is it better to play him at a bit of an angle? I don't... Yes? Because then the next guy can be played like... Oh, no, I need like a corner piece here to get it to work. But if I play it like this, that leaves enough space for a corner piece, I think. I'll try doing this and then see if I can get like an awkward angle with my next mansion in there, and then I'm probably going to have to start moving it with the parks. Yet another wisp bounce. We are at 6 so far? 6. And then can I stretch you in there? I can. Oh my god, I can't believe I got this many mansions beside this one city center. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not going to count it, but that is definitely my high score on amount of mansions beside one city center, for sure. And I got, like, part of them beside a shaman, too. This jeweler here is going to go great. He's going to love me for building like this. Oh, it does even have enough space to slot in. There's nothing better that I can do here. There's nothing better that I can do here. It's another wisp bounce. Now it's going to be a... So is it another mansion? Okay, so I'm thinking of like, oh, that's a lot of extra points by putting a park close. I think... How do I do this? It goes park beside here. It then goes mansion beside the park out here. So I need the park to extend out to this distance. Then this park up here can pull it up. I guess the mansion doesn't need to be that far away. I could maybe even pull it up here if I had a skinny one. That seems like a bit of a stretch though. So I think I might be fine with taking the 13 points by putting this guy so close. Or the 15 points by getting it beside the city center. No, that's a spot for a fountain then, in that case. Yeah, so we start out with a fountain here. I know that the fountain likes being beside the aviary, so it'd be better to save for a spot over here, but I don't... Hold on. let's say I put like a mansion down here as a bad one. That gets us up to 16. This would get it up to 19, 21. It's 21 compared to, we have to consider the 5 extra points here. 21 considered compared to 28. This is an extra 7 points. Maybe 6. Maybe I'm doing my math wrong. It's an extra 6 points to be beside here. If an aviary scores 2 off of a fountain, no, it scores 1 off of a fountain. I'm not worried about it. And it's the same amount of points to put a fountain here. Kind of nice. That'll give us a second fountain spot in the future, but it's 5 extra points here because of the wisp. And there's no way that I'm going to want to do it more forward. I could get 30 if I do it here, but I'm fine with this position. I know it deletes a tree, gets 1 point less on a park, but it's more points now. Let me also increment that counter before I forget. And what's our next building pack? Tavern or a circus? So a circus could be fit in right here. It could fit up on top here. It could maybe fit in over here. I've got a lot of spaces for them. And I don't think I'm going to have as many spaces for taverns, since I think they like both city centers and breweries. And I only have 1 city center in this area. I think a circus is going to get me more points. I'll take more circuses than more taverns, which is such a rare thing. We're moving up. Okay. You know how hops fields and wheat fields, I'm always like, oh, they're free. It's so easy. I just get to place it beside the statue. I don't have to worry about it. What if I get an extra 5 points on each of them by somehow pinging the wisp onto them? How I would do so is probably a brewery scoring off of a warehouse. How would I get these points onto a warehouse? Or how would I get the wisp onto a warehouse? Because, okay, I'm thinking warehouse into brewery into hop field. There's no statue that I can place it beside. Does a hut care about like warehouses or anything? No, just city centers. It's something that I'll figure out later. I can keep focusing on my park ping between the parks and the mansions that I wanted to. Now it's not close enough up here, so that means I can either place a mansion down here first to get it close enough, which gives me 1 more mansion in range of the jeweler down here, but 1 less mansion in range of the aviary up there, which, now that I'm looking at it, this spot over here might be better than my spot that I want to build up here. But I can't, ship it yet, because when I place this aviary, I want it to be on a wisp. So that would mean that I'd be, playing a park and then a mansion back and forth here a bunch. The aviary wants to go... Where's it worth the most points? I think it's 12 on this side. I have 2 towers to be able to ping it back and forth between... I'd need to get it onto a mansion first. Or a park, maybe? The towers score off of parks? They do. Do these guys score off of parks? No, but I think parks take a negative when they're beside wheat. There's no way to move it onto a wheat field. There's a way to move it off of the wheat field with a park though, or a hop field. I'm gonna be in overdrive with this wisp. It is kind of fun to be, but it's going to be a lot slower of gameplay than what I'm expecting, or than what I'm used to. I think it goes park first, since I have so many extra of those. I'll take a 13.1. That puts this aviary down here at a score of 13. It needs to be up a little bit, so I need to make sure that my park isn't taking up that space. Or it could fit in up here, even though it's a bit of a reduction in points. No, if I play this one, I think it'll be safe. Okay, so I'll try this guy here, and then I'll just make sure that my aviary still hits... Yeah, 13 points. Okay. And then I'm going to want to play either a mansion in this corner right here or up top. Is that going to be in range of the park ever? No? How else would I get it up and over there? Wheatfield isn't going to care. Hopfield isn't going to care. Hut, city center, nothing. I mean, a house could, but that feels odd to put a house here. Do aviaries like houses? No. So I get 2 extra points by putting a park closer. I think I get more, or not more points, but I use up less of my buildings by being able to put a mansion here. So I'm going to Undo. I can maybe get 12 points. Just like there. And then is that able to get in range? No. So I'm going to have to shove it right to the corner. 4, 11, like that. And then a mansion can just barely pick it up. That's nice, that's nice. Okay. Increment the counter now that I'm done all the undoing. And then I think a park is going to be in range of my next mansion that... no, it's not going to make it all the way up there. Do I place a house in between them? It's a possibility. Yeah, and I'm not ever placing a city center in range down here. I mean, okay, if I place the city center here and I play more mansions off of it, I could play an aviary. It's going to be in range of that city center unless I put it pretty far out, but then no mansions are going to be beside it because I'd want all of them to be here, and that's only one side for the mansions to be benefiting from, not like this much, you know? I'm still getting the same amount of points for a mansion placing here as I would around like a non-city center location. This is of course going to get me more when I play it here. We're doing this. This is the original plan. I'll stick to it. Then another mansion could hit it, or we're supposed to use a park to be able to ping it a longer distance. Do we get lucky and get a... I was thinking... No, it's not going to fit there, and this isn't going to fit either. If we got a small corner piece, I could maybe fit like this if it didn't have that tail. Can I move it up here, actually? Okay, if I play a park in a good position, and it gives me a skinny one, I'm going to try playing a skinny park along here. Or do I have to, even? A 17 park is pretty good. I put one more mansion down here. That gets the aviary in range of all of the like buildings that I want it to. I take a bit of a hit on the points from the mansion and having to play an extra park to like get it up here. But I think I am going to need that distance anyways because a mansion, yeah, isn't able to reach very far. Not like any distance at all. I think I might have to play one more mansion here even. Oh, and it's not in range of that city center because I didn't move it down far enough. And then another park up here to pull it up. This is a lot rougher than I thought it was going to be. Okay, well, I'll play it here because this is a park that I like. There, 17? Yeah. I'll make sure that the aviary can be played in between them still, comfortably. Nice. We don't get a skinny park, so I can't test the theory. And to pull it off of the park, there's nothing that I can do to pull it off the park except for use another mansion or house. And since this will be in range of the aviary, it's fine to play. It's not the greatest. It's not exactly what I want. When is anything ever exactly what I want in this game? Oh, missed on one of those bounces, so we'll increment it twice. I mean, a 17 park is pretty good. I should be keeping in mind that these are because I am bouncing an extra 5 points with a wisp, but like playing around the boon that I'm given to get a bunch of extra points, it's natural. Famil here. I just want to see how many like points like regular parks would be getting if I were to place them in other locations. Like the best that I get, 20s over here, 20s and yeah, so it would be like 20 to 25 if I had wisps over here. I'm getting 17 down here. It's not that bad. Now, if I pull it out more and take a reduction in 2 points, am I able to get it to a reduction in 3 points? Am I able to get a mansion on the next lip to be beside the city center and wisp at the same time? So like here, We get a skinny park. Let me see if I can move it down. Yeah, I could conceivably like move it down here, or I could use a tower with a park to pull it out to a different location. Yep, the mansion does reach up here. So that means that the next park that I want to place up here is also going to reach. And this does get our next building pack, which is good. I want more options when I do. Also, that was another wisp bounce. Did I already increment that one? I'm gonna say that I haven't. I could go back and like try to count through all of my buildings. I'm fine to overestimate slightly. So if I put it in the corner like this, is a park up top still able to like reach? And it does leave more space for another mansion here if I ever get it. I mean, this is also mansions that are not in range of the aviary anymore. It's just mansions that are in range of something, like one of my city centers that I've placed. I wonder if it's more worth it to still be building down there beside where the aviary and the market is going to be, but I've committed to this already. And it is kind of cool to like walk the wisp to where I want it to go. That is one that I haven't incremented yet, so we'll do that. Now we can pick an aviary or a tavern. Getting 3 aviaries, possibly. We'll take it. Another tower. Okay, so I am able to move this long distances if I feel. I want to see how many points I get from playing it over, like, the towers over here. 30, and then I would have to play it, like, here to get 20. That doesn't feel like a lot. If I play it further out here, to still get the mason. What's it getting the majority of its points from down there? It's the statue that I want to be in range of still. So, like, yeah, 28 for one tower. And then this guy is not in range of it. It's 24. It's pretty low scoring. This guy could already start pulling it over there. I don't think towers like each other. Yeah. That could bounce my wisp really far distances, but I don't think so. I don't think I'm doing that. Huts. I can't get this onto a city center. I need a mason or a mill to do so, and a mason scores off of... It can score off of a tower. So I could place a tower and then a mason and then a city center to move it a far distance and then start building my next section of like houses and things. But I don't have a section of houses or things to start building yet. So I don't think I'll do that. I could place another mansion down here just because it's a good spot for it. Or I could try placing like the mansion up here where I wanted to pull it off and onto the aviary. Just because I don't know if this area is getting much better for points for the aviary. Same with this one down here. So taking some base points on it, not too shabby. I mean, it's 6. It's going to be 7 plus 5 for 12. Is there anything that I can do to make that better? A warehouse? Can I get a warehouse in range of both of them? This is worth 4 points. It's worth like 20 up here. Is the aviary in range of this edge? No. Is this one in range of it? No. And I guess this one's only worth 9 before anything. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be in range of anything up top. And I don't exactly want to toss points to the wind by just playing parks here. I'll play a park here eventually. That's how I'm probably going to end it off. So that means I need to play a park up top. Play an 18-point park without deleting that tree. There's a 19-point park. I'm zooming in to get that 19 points. To no one's surprise. Can I rotate it like this to get it instead? Takes a bit more space, but that's fine. Go here. Wisp bounce. And then we play another mansion because we have one. And it wanted to go like... Oh, it needs to be really close to that. But I guess the park that I'd be playing... It's no longer a skinny one. That messes things up. This would be in range of that mansion. It's not going to be in range of both of the aviaries. Is this one even in range of that park? I don't think so. It's not going to be in range of that park up there, so it only matters for this guy. Does an aviary like towers? No, it does like jewelers, so I want to wait for a jeweler before I play this guy, but every, like, building that I place while I wait is a -5 from a wisp bounce that I could have gotten off of it. I didn't know that circuses like taverns that much. +10, that's a pretty decent amount. And they can be placed quite close beside each other. That might be where my circus goes, honestly. Well, no, I've got 3 wheat fields. So they need to take up that space. I don't think I have enough wheat fields to like consider bouncing it over there yet. Do I play a random house here to make the bounces easier for me? It's losing out on points on the circus. It's losing out on points on the tavern. And the parks isn't even lined up to like do the thing that I want it to yet. I would really like it if this is in range of the aviary that gets placed down here. It isn't. Ah, can I play it like around here? No, that's even further out. It's like I don't want to lose the 8 points over here, and 1 extra point on my aviary is going to help every aviary in the future by 1 point if I, like, over the course of the game, if I play 8 aviaries before maxing them out, which if I'm only getting like 13 points on each of them, that's pretty likely. It is worth it to move this mansion over here outside of the range of the city center. A very weird calculation, but you can always just do the math in this game. And I love me some math. There. And then the aviary can still not be in range of it. Okay. Yeah, and it's such a short range that I'm not able to pull it any further, so I am going to take those 16 points instead. And then a park that, like, gets in range of the aviary. And if I'm doing that, what's the, like, least area-intensive way of placing this guy at 16 points? Kind of liking, yeah, that feels good to me. Okay, there, and then we'll count that wisp bounce. And then a park over here. We just take that -4 hit. And then I guess I play my 2 aviaries. I'll play another one in the future, maybe down along this edge for some more points. Hopefully getting another wisp bounce onto it, which realistically, the wisp bounces are what are getting all of the points onto my aviaries. Like this aviary is worth 7. Nah, it's worth 12 because of the wisp bounce. And then if I play this aviary, if I have another mansion to play, I can pull it down towards this aviary. Or do parks like being beside aviaries, please? Please. Yes, yes. Okay, that's how I do it then. Woohoo! Sorry, that was a bit much, even for me. So park just goes on this area in between the two of them. Yeah, and that fits. It's not worth it to play a random park. I think parks are too nice to be able to, like, play as an intermediary step between buildings to be able to pass this wisp around a bunch. I'll play you. And the next aviary that I play, look at this. 12 points anywhere that it goes, and it only scales more as I put it into other areas. So they're going to really kick up. Like, that's why it's hard to get points on these guys. If you could play the first one for 20, the second one would be played for 40, and it just starts really, really scaling. So then we play a park in here. Yeah, and I'm not getting the 12 points. I'll take the 11. It's another wisp bounce. And then we play the aviary in here for 27 isn't half bad. Every aviary is base of 27 in the future. I am kind of like cucking my jewelry spot. No, this is probably better jeweler spot anyways. Because it's fine being beside the city center. Okay, so we play this aviary, we see what building we get. We can pull this off with like a park and a tower if necessary. So this, wisp bounce, and the next building. Guild Hall. I'll try taking that for 2 of those. I know that a tavern might be good to be able to play off of a circus. I think we're going to take the tavern early. Guild Hall is something that I'll get later. And if I take it like 1 pack early, it's not really going to change how many of them I get. We get an extra mansion that can be used to pull it off. 13 points isn't bad. Do I need to get another mansion down here though? Or can I wait and like put it somewhere else? So it's getting 10 points here and it's taking up prime real estate. I don't know if I'm ever getting a wisp bounce back here though. So it's not ever going to be worth more than that 10. There's an 11 up here. So I think the 13, 8 points base, 13. Oh, 15. I think the 15 is more worthwhile. What do I play next then? I kind of want to start playing more houses in this area over here. So that would mean having to ship one of my towers, say on this corner, and then pulling it off with a house up here and then moving it down to here eventually. I kind of want to play my taverns and then circuses, which would require me to play my breweries first. Oh, a 37 up here? It's a pretty good position for it. Does a tavern care about towers at all? No. Does a tower care about taverns? Didn't think so. Do I take up a wheat field spot to get a 37 tavern? I mean, it might not even be quote-unquote taking up a wheat spot because I'm placing it in line with the mill. You know, there's going to be a wheat field location here and then 2 more that can be placed along this area. Like, okay, let's say I go 1 and then a tavern in between them. No. Okay, 1 wheat field. 2 wheat field is still in range of the mill. Then I'd have to play the tavern on the outside of that, which, yeah, that's still gonna get me the 35 points. And then the circus. Is the circus ever going to be in range of this guy? The other brewery could be placed along here. It's still within range of the other one. The other brewery would be placed here, it looks like. Not too bad. I'd move it a bit away from the wheat fields. Tavern goes here and is in range of both of them. The tavern care about the circus? No, it doesn't, but the circus does care about the tavern. It's not close enough. So if I want an extra 10 points, I could play a tavern down here, but having it in range of the brewery is more worthwhile. So then does the circus get played up here on this corner as well? It's worth 38 points. It blocks a wheat field location though, which... Do I want to play wheat fields on that side, or do I just all want to congregate them on one side of the mill so that all of the wheat fields get picked up by the next mill? See, because like this is no longer a good spot for a house, but it is a good spot for a circus, and it is a good spot for a tavern. I think that's what I'm going to do. Does the circus play off of, or sorry, how do I get the wisp onto those 2 buildings when I place them? I should focus about where my wisp is now and what buildings I can do with it currently. And I think the only one is a tower. A tower does not scale off of an aviary, so I have to play that mansion to pull it off first, and I'm fine playing that 15-point guy here. Save space for another guy in the future, I guess? Could go like this. Yeah, I feel more comfortable with that, especially because a park could be... Yeah, a park is pretty high scoring too. Do I do a park and then a mansion? Because parks might not have good locations in the future. They've got like 13-point scores in other locations, but I think this is a... Yeah, it's 13 points plus whatever I get in the future. If the mansion can rotate in the other direction and still fits, like a park... does the tower care about parks? Yes, so I can pull it off of either of them. Do I go park, mansion, park? Is there enough space for that? I'll try. Park? Does the mansion fit into that corner still? It does. And then I can maybe put another park behind it, or a park out here. But I'm fine with this so far. Let me equip that wisp. had you before. There, just need to slide it in. And a skinny park? Does a skinny park fit anywhere? I don't think so. What about like here as a good location? Yeah, not half bad. Okay, let's see if a tower can pull up that wisp yet. Yes, it can. It isn't hitting the mason like I'd want it to. But does it realistically need to? It just needs to get the wisp in a location where the houses can start playing off of it. I mean, that's a 34 statue. I think I'll play that one. Then I can play 4 houses. And then I can play the... I guess I can, like, play a brewery without getting any points onto it. Maybe there's... Okay, maybe there's a way that I can transfer it onto... No, because a hop field only plays off of a brewery. So I need, like, 2 of them. 1 to put it on, 1 to pull it off. I'm going to play this tower and lock it in. Before I do that, I should check out the boon pack. Demolish or neighborly. Prevents the next time a building would get a negative score from other buildings of its kind. That would be great for another aviary over here, because it's good. Like, this is the best scoring position I've set up so far. It's good for if I get a third... Hold on. Wait. Prevents the next time a building would get a negative score from other buildings of its kind. If it was just negative score straight up, Guildhall would go crazy with this. I'm trying to think what buildings score negatively off of each other and how much is that realistically worth in points. Because it might be better to take Demolish. I mean, towers don't like each other, and I'll want to be able to use them to move the wisps around. So that could be useful. The brewery isn't that much. The tavern isn't that much. Same with Masons. Maybe things like a market in the future, because I'll have like a really good position. Like, I guess this is where my market's going. I could maybe place one up top, and I don't know if that's going to reach enough of the city centers down below. Demolish might be better for those markets then. Oof. Ooh, it's a difficult choice. I think I play with neighborly too much. Like, it's just something that, like, when I see, I want to take it. And so that I do. And I've never played with Demolish before. I'm going to give Demolish a try, even if it isn't the correct decision. Okay, we were going to place that tower. I'll play that, because it doesn't affect our boon choice at all. The further to the right I play it, the easier it is to play towers off of it. So we play you there. Or sorry, the easier that I play it to the right, the easier it is to play a house within range of everything else and the tower. It's looking like you are pretty good. I could also fit you in. I think I like that a bit better. Right? No. No, I like that. And then is there going to be some weird angle that I can get you to fit in? I mean, this... I might like the other angle better than if I have this house coming up next. So, like, you here for 1, and then, yeah, you here for 2, and then that keeps the area much more open up here. I might be able to get a few extra in range of both the shaman and the city center. 23 isn't bad, and then I play a house down here. Where am I going next if I'm playing these houses? Because, like, it's good to play these houses in this area. It's beside a tower, a city center, a shaman, right? I've got 2 city centers. Oh, I'm gonna have to find spots to, like, build these for good points. I mean, it's the most that I've got so far. I'm gonna wait out on the huts. I'm fine with playing these huts for the points that they gave me to get to the next building packs, but maybe I'll be able to get an extra city center in range on this side. It's a weird spot for it. It's enough base points, and every other hut that I play in the future is gonna be 6 based off of it. What am I building to next? It feels like I've got a lot of tiny buildings all over the place. Do masons like houses? No, but they do like towers. Do I play a mason in this area to be able to benefit my houses and get a mason down? I don't think so. I think it's something that I can use to play like a tower into a mason into a city center. Do city centers like towers? No. There's very few things that city centers like. Yeah, and city centers are great to start like a new collection of houses. So the tower is definitely, or the mason is definitely my liaison for the wisp to go from tower into city center. I think I'm gonna play another house and stop thinking about it. Overthinking it. Thinking. Just thinking. It's a lot more wisp bounces than I thought. I mean, I've done it on every single... Oh, the precious metal pack. Okay, this is great to get points by my jewelers down, or by the mansions down here. I don't have enough space to play one up in this top corner anymore. I might have enough space to play two, like, miners and then one jeweler. I don't think I need them, and I don't need them yet. There's nothing to... Well... They're a good source of points without having to bounce the wisp down, because there's no way to get it onto this or this without like a statue first. I'll take the guild hall. Okay, we have another mansion, another house, a mill, the guild hall, and I think I saw another building somewhere in here drop down. Let me see just like where a guild hall is like going to be in the future. So I brought up this position earlier, and it is looking the most promising. It is the most promising. This one is also looking better than I thought. 62, okay. Nothing further down. Is there like a second spot for a guild hall? Because guild halls like being beside each other, because they benefit from different buildings and they don't count themselves in their own point totals. So I could play like one here and then one up here and maybe be in range of it. Perhaps. Let me just see how close that gets in. Yeah, it'd have to be too far down, or not too far down, but it's not in range of the wheat fields or the hop fields. I could conceivably move hop fields up to be in range of this guild hall. This is maybe where a warehouse or a market was going to go, but then that's also good for the guild hall too. I think they're still going to be my highest scoring buildings just because I can play around them, because every building just benefits by being 24 points better if you're placing them in range of both these guild halls. So it looks like here is where they're going to go. Now I've got it on this house over here. I could pull it off with the tavern, but I need to place the brewery first, and then I can play the circus afterwards to pull it off of the tavern, and then I can play another house in that area to pull it off of the circus. So I want to first place some houses down here to be able to fill up more area for the circus, question mark, or no, it's already getting as many points as it can from buildings down there. What about the tavern? There will be a few more points to be earned from the tavern by filling out that spot a bit more. The brewery, let me see what it gets points off of. Hopfield, statue, warehouse. I'm not getting it onto a warehouse before I do the tavern circus stuff in this area. So I think playing a brewery for points here first is fine. I want to keep it outside of range of the other brewery, which is probably also going to keep it outside of range of the guild hall. Oh yeah, oh yeah. There's nothing else right now that I want to play here, but it seems like it's such like a... There's so many houses in this area that I don't want to take up too much of this space, you know? Even though the jeweler is primed to go down here, the circus is primed to go over here. I don't know if a market's going to do too well in that area, and I don't want to like... Because that's going to box out a market from being placed there. If I play this guy, it boxes out the wheat field that I want to place. I guess it's not beside the statue. It's not as good as I thought. This guy pushed in a bit. If he's in line with this wheat field, he's fine. So that means that a brewery that I place can be fully pulled over here, and it doesn't even want to be with a brewery up top. Am I fine with... I think I'm fine with this location. A hop field in the future could be played like right here. Does a warehouse like being by a tavern? No. Does a brewery like being beside a tavern? I don't think it did, right? No, it doesn't care. I was seeing if I could pass the wisps around onto this brewery somehow to get it onto a hop field to then get it onto... I don't know if I don't know if I can do that. I can just fill up more houses in the area. That was something that I needed to get done. I need to make sure that I can bounce it down here, which means that I need to play a house like this. Or if I play one here, and then I get another one... No, it doesn't reach. It's like, even though this is a great spot for a house, it doesn't allow me to wisp bounce. So it's not one that I want to play yet. I can't play this one that, like, fully fills out the space. Am I fine with taking a hit on, like... Yeah, because these buildings out here are still beside the city center, but they're not beside the shaman. And even these guys aren't going to be beside the shaman. So it's fine if I don't use up that space to its fullest. So here. I'm also going to take another panorama because this is starting to look pretty nice. Okay. Can't remember if I incremented the count when I played this guy here, but I think I had a 50-50 over here where I said, yeah, I'm going to increment it. So I'll leave this one behind. I won't. The next building that I place, still going to want to be in this area. I want it to be in range of the city center and the tavern that I'm going to place. This still leaves one more house slot open, and I think that's in range of the tavern. Ooh, I don't think so, actually. So do I play a house out here first, and then a house here second? I think I'm fine with that. And I can't play anything awkward like this. I mean, I could, and then if I get like the perfect like hook house to fit in that spot, that's fine, that's fine. It's in range of the mason. Is that more points than this? It's 20 points to 21. Yeah, I'll play this. So we go here. And then before I count that as a wisp bounce, do I get like a correct? I don't. They're facing opposite directions. If this spot is in range of the tower, I'm fine with keeping the houses like that. Or in range of the tavern, I'm fine with keeping the houses like this. Okay, tavern. Is it? Why can't it fit anymore? I remember it fitting in between the statue. Maybe it just fit on this corner. But yes, it is going to be in range of this house, so I'm fine with that there. We increment to the counter, and we play the next house in this location. As odd as that is, not being able to fill up this spot, this is fine. I think if we were to play it here, yeah, we only get like one more house in range. It's not really more worth it. So here. We get a weird square house, so I'm not able to play it in any of these locations. It's going to have to go somewhere else. It's probably going to go beside a new city center. And no, it's not worth the 45 points to put them beside each other. Not yet. Not with the positions that I've already had set up. I'm trying to think retroactively as to whether or not the city centers were better beside each other earlier on. Okay, this is worth 50 points. It's going to scale more off of a brewery. Then the circus gets played after because it likes it by an extra 10 points. And it also likes the statue by 10. Weird that this likes the statue so much compared to other buildings. So I'm fine to play a brewery for some points. There's no way for me to bounce the thing onto a hop field. So the hop field is going to give one extra point if I do that first. So I can play the hop field too. It's going to get me to my next building pack, which might change my tavern plan over here, but I'm fine with it. I also have a house to pull it off of too, and then onto like a tower or something. I'm considering playing a hop field back here, even though that takes up space, because this side was good for parks. Although I could play it like here, get rid of one tree, and not worry too much about it. That might mess up the guild house though. Let me just double check. Guild hall. There was like a 60-point position, I remember. Right, it was a 60-point position because I moved it up here. If I play a hop field closer to this brewery, I'm actually benefiting myself. So like one here, but I want it to be in range of the statue as well. So I play it like this, I guess. Like there. And if I'm really lucky, it'll align to the left and push down even further after I place it. No, but it does, I think, align these two together, which is kind of cool. Let me just make sure that that's in range of where my guild hall is going to go. Yeah, that's nice. That's very nice. Okay. And then next we can open up the pack. It's going to be Brewery, Tavern, Circus if I get the, if nothing changes though. Precious Metal Pack or Market. I'm gonna take Markets. I want more of those. Do I? I've got one warehouse, right? And that's what they mostly score off of, is like 20 points from warehouses and like 2 points per building. Sure, they're great around all these markets here, or all these houses. Maybe I can put one here that gets in range of some of the guys down here, or like I can put a wall platform up to put them in between the two of them, especially beside a warehouse too. But then I need a wall platform and a market. You know, that's a bit more difficult to get. I think I'm fine taking precious metal instead of market then. We got a park, we got I think a hut, we got a mansion, and then we got jeweler and precious metal mine. Maybe there's one other building here, another house too. So a jeweler really likes being beside all of the houses, right? Kind of sucks that I didn't get it in front of the aviary when it likes being over there too. It's also got a negative 35 score. So this right here is actually like 70 points worth. Granted, it's 5 per mansion. That's quite a lot. And it's in range of all of the mansions. Wow, I didn't know it had such a large range. The precious metal mine, though, incredibly tiny. So what you want to do is place them on the edges so that when you get the next precious metal mine, you can place one like over here and it's still within range. And they also like being beside jewelers just a little bit. So if I'm going to be placing a jeweler right here to hit as many of these buildings as I can, like here, 33, I'm getting rid of a spot. Let me see. Jewelers don't like being beside each other, right? Yeah, by like minus 30. So I might play it like here for 28. And then a jeweler in the future. Is there going to be any space for him? See, back here would be perfect, but I already placed a mansion in that location. See, because they also scale off of the precious metal mine by 30, so it gets rid of just about all of their base score. But if you can get 2 of these down first before putting down your jewelers, they make bank. So I'm thinking maybe it's best to just put down the precious metal mine and nothing else. Oh, do warehouses scale off of the precious metal mine? They do. No way that I'm getting one all the way down here or in range of it. Like, maybe it picks up off the top if I play one here. Oh, that's actually a nice spot for it too, because it'll be in range of all the jewelers that I want to place. It's close enough to the mansions. It doesn't take up any new space, and then I can put one down here and a third one here if ever I get it. So like, and then the warehouse, is that in range of it? It is. But it wouldn't be up here where I'm getting 20 points. I mean, 11 isn't half bad, and it might not be taking up prime real estate from over here. Now, if I could bounce it onto a warehouse, I could then bounce, what is it? Like, bounce the wisp onto the warehouse that I place, because I think there's a lot of things that'll do that, right? Like, mason, sawmill, statue, precious metal mine. The way that I get it onto the mason is by a city center or a tower. So I could get an extra 5 points on each of these buildings by getting a mason down, then a warehouse. No, because the precious metal mine can't pick up from the warehouse. So there's no way to get it onto the precious metal mine down here, onto a jeweler, onto a mansion, onto a tower. So I can't do that chain of events. I am still going to save this mine for like when I need to place it in the future. There's no need to place it right now. But it's locking this jeweler up. I cannot place this until I place all of my precious metal mines. Now I do have a mill. Does that change anything about what I wanted to do over here? I don't think so. The plan is still to go tavern into circus into my next buildings, because I don't think I'm getting many more houses in this location. If I do, it's going to be worth an extra 2 points each on the tavern, and it's going to be worth an extra 4 points on the circus. If I place a house over here, it's worth it, but that's where my brewery is supposed to go. If I place a house here, it's worth an extra 4 points. If I place one out here, it's only worth 2 from the tavern. But I've got the weird square that's going to be like impossible to play where I want to down here. So I just won't. If there was a way to pull it back up here, I'd consider it. But it's definitely too far away. So the original plan was brewery, tavern, profit. We do... It feels good enough. It feels good enough. Right? Yeah, like I'm not blocking out any good house spots here. I'm not blocking out any good spots of anything here. Maybe more houses could go here in the future because I placed the city center down. Guildhall benefits from being beside a city center. Mason could also go down here. And then there's more houses in range of the tavern here and the circus that goes beside it, but not many beside the circus. Yeah, no, nothing beside the circus. Okay. I am trickling in at like one house and one mansion per building pack, so I'm going to get around like another, I want to say 7 or 8 each by the end of the game, so I am going to need to think about where my city center goes down to play all of those buildings. A city center here, it ruins my hermitage in the back. I don't think the huts do. The lumberjack and the sawmill might. And the hermitage is also going to be like fighting for space with a guild hall. This is where one of my wall platforms might be used. I mean, no, my guild hall is far off to the side here. My hermitage would be like over here. I don't want to play any more houses here. I don't want to play city center. I at least want to get the hermitage down first, and then I can play other things afterwards. Actually, do these guys like a hermitage? No, I thought they might like a vacation destination. You never know. So it's too far in the future for this tavern to get more points, and it's too far in the future, or the circus isn't ever going to get any better. The brewery, I'm fine with it there. If I get another tavern in the future, it's not going to be able to benefit off of the second brewery over here, but it does. Okay, so it's not 68 points like this guy. I'll figure out how to, but it is a solid 58. That's still a lot of points. Okay, I'll figure out how to get him in between the statue and the house again. Right, like you were able to. Maybe I have to flip him around. It was in the mill area right here. Is that in range of the wisp still? Come on. Okay, so I wanted to unlock. So this is in range of the wisp. That isn't. So I will need him to be over here. Meaning it does take up more of my wheat space than I had planned or than I had hoped. That's fine. It's like a couple fields that I'm missing out on. It's not many. Let me just make sure. I can still place 1 here, 2 here, and then yeah, 3 here. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. So the tavern gets played on the corner. Does that mess up the circus at all? I mean, if the circus is closer, it gets a lot more points. Not a lot more. It might not even be able to be placed unless I play a tavern sideways. If only this guy was moved down a little bit further, then there'd be enough space in here for the tavern how I want it to be. If only this guy had been placed first and this guy had been placed second, and I could have pulled the wisp onto it over here. I'll place it first, and then I'll see what the circus looks like. That's what I should be doing, rather than like thinking theoretically. It's 41. I mean, it's getting 15 points from over there. It was getting like 38 down here before. Oh, it would be so much better if I could move it down further. Okay. Let me backspace that and see if I can get the tavern. This is 68. This is still going to be 68. I eat up the mill's location to get better circus, to get a better circus. Let me just see how many points this gets in comparison. 53. And I can't move it any further. Right? There's no like weird rotations I can do. Is it better to rotate my tavern in there at like an angle to make more space for fields? No, no, let me just make sure. So one field beside a mill here, two field, and that field isn't going down. It could be, yeah, one up here. I like that. Three, and then I'm four. This guy is in range as well. I just have to place him first. He gets locked off to the left, and then I can place this guy on the right. I think that might be the order. Okay, I'm fine with a tavern here, is what I should be saying. Circus is next, but I'm going to open up the building pack first. So increment. Hermitage. I'm going to take that before the market because I want to see how big its range is and how much I need to, like, move buildings around. So if I take the hit of 15 points here, I guess I don't even need to. It is going to fit on the left side more than what I'm expecting. It's going to scale the guild hall here. Yeah, okay. So it fits where I want it to. If I wanted to play more in the future, there would have to be a wall platform that goes here. Or if they are fine being beside each other. They're fine being beside each other. So the first one goes like here for 60 points, I think I saw. 60. Then the next one can go right after it. If I place them sideways like this, they get a few less points. But I think the next one here is going to be out of range of more of the houses. Okay, so let's see. Let me line it up with like the brewery here. It needs to be slightly behind the brewery to get out of range of those guys. And it's worth 56. If I play this guy back here, it's worth 53 compared to like, yeah, the max, which could be 56 up here. So like, I have space for 2 hermitages. That feels good. I'll have to play them in between the guild halls, but micromanagement for later. For right now, I can play the circus in the good location. There's going to be no more houses, except for one that's going to pull this guy off, which I then use a tower to get to my next location. I am going to want to find a way to get my wisp onto my wheat fields, though. It's on a tavern. I need to use a circus to like pass it along and then onto a house. There's no thinking that I should be doing with like trying to place this tavern better. Now how do I get it onto a wheat field? The mill or a hermitage? A hermitage could take a negative in the points back here and I play it early, but then I'm playing it before all of the wheat fields, and I don't think they're all going to be in range of the hermitage. They're not getting that many more points. How many does this guy score for being beside wheat? 3. Okay. Is it actually better then? Okay, so I place it like here. My wheat field 1 is definitely out of range. Wheat field 2 is going to be out of range. Wheat field 3 that I wanted to place is out of range, but then I could connect them by playing this guy here and get it probably in range of that guy by this point. For 3 extra points. So I'd play 1, 2, or like maybe 1 here. Maybe this is considered connected to all the other wheat fields. 2, 3. No, because I can... Oh, the wheat field I can bounce anywhere on any side because they're always connected. They're always scoring onto, so I don't really have to worry about the placement as much. Am I able to sneak a house back here to pass it off to the hermitage? That'd be a really sneaky play because look, it's minus 5 points if you have a house in range, but it's also getting 5 points from the wisp. So it's like net neutral. And this is going to be in range of that house. The hermitage being played early means that any hop fields or parks that I'm playing in this location are worse. So this likes being beside a hermitage at a rate of 5, and this likes being beside a park at a rate of 5. So if I still play the parks within range of the hermitage, I'm fine, and most of them I wanted to play in this area anyways. It's not exclusively going to be in range of the hermitage, but... Oh, it's going to be good enough. I could even... No. I could just play a house and then a park, and then I don't need to play my hermitage yet, and I can worry about that later. But okay, if I am using a house to pull it off the circus, do I want it to be in range of this guy or not? Preferably no. So pulling him out, down, and further is better. I'm fine taking 16 points as opposed to like, okay, 12 down here. Let me see if I get a park here. It's worth 11. It's going to be 12 because it's in range of that house. It's worth 15. And I save more area up here for parks compared to playing a house here for 16, maybe getting -5 from a Hermitage. No, no, a house up here is better. So then we're gonna have to bounce it, like ping pong it between a park and a wheat field, question mark? Because like parks are so hard to bounce wisps off of. You need to alternate them on things. I can't play more houses over here to bounce them off of each other. Wheat fields don't do anything with parks. So it is going to be the Hermitage that I bounce it between to use up some of my... Yeah. I think I've got the line. Play a house here. Count to bounce. No, I had the line all figured out, and then I get a boon. Game, please. Make it a little bit easier on me. Prevents the next time a building would take a negative score from industry or harvesting buildings, or reroll. So I didn't take reroll last time because I wanted to get a higher score on my last island. I think I should take it now because I want to have more options at like islands or buildings that I want. I've been kind of lucky in the fact that I got Guildhall early. I don't know what was the building that I took this time around. Aviary. I'm fine with it early on. There might have been some better ones. I might want to reroll for a temple or something similar. Maybe I want to look for a verdure early. This will allow me that. Sustainable industry or harvesting buildings. Let me just like move some things around the map to see what takes a negative from these buildings around here. I mean, parks aren't going to be doing that much. The Hermitage could be a lot better inside of this area then, but I've already set up this area to be fine. It's going to take not a -3. It's going to take not -15 from over here. A mill I could place down for an extra 20 points, and if I get more mills in the future, it's just even better than that. Yeah, it's the rerolls. It's the rerolls. Okay, and now I'll continue with my plan of park over here. Yeah, there's enough space in here too. Nice. I don't want to move it down. Do I want to move it down yet? I feel like it's fine to play a park here. Especially because I'm going to want to play more. Yeah, if I get more skinny parks, I'll manage. I'll take the large amount of points when I can. Okay, but if I play a park, that means that I have to play the Hermitage to be able to pull it onto the next buildings that I want, or I could play a tower to pull it elsewhere. It doesn't feel like there's any good location for a tower here except for down below, but then that's putting it in no man's land. I could pull it off with a mason and then a warehouse, but that doesn't go anywhere. I could play it up here to make it score the guild halls a bit better, but it still doesn't feel like it's in range of things enough. I think I'd want to park here to be able to pull it off instead. Let me just make sure the huts don't take any weird negatives. Yeah. Okay. How much am I losing on this Hermitage if I play it early? Nothing from the hops fields. 3 points each for the wheat fields, but I'm earning more on every single one of the wheat fields that I place now because of bouncing wisps across them. And I also get to make the wisp number go up, which I like. It's getting it off of that park. I take it. So I had to play them like one sideways here, just a little bit beyond to get it outside of range of all of the houses. And then I can play the second one back here. Or I take a -15 if I move it up that far. Okay. If it is taking the -15, more of the wheat fields here will be in range, but they're only getting an extra 3 points back per. It's not worth it. I play it back here at the original location, just outside of range of those houses. I'll keep that tree around if I can. Another wisp bounce. And then a park is going to go No, a park doesn't go down next. It's all of the wheat fields. I need to place one to like start connecting them, and then I'll. Oh no, I can even just do that. That is. Oh my. Is it like hitting like the tent leg? It's hitting the tent leg. Oh, that's beautiful. Then I can play another one here. Then I can play one over here. And I can play one over here. And then one more somewhere else. And then I have the choice of pulling it off with a park or another mill. And then the mill, it can be moved onto the mason, and then the mason can be moved onto the tower. And then the tower can be any building after that. I've got options. Now, a market or a wall. I think markets are big buildings. I'm not going to have as much space for them. I don't have many warehouses yet. Walls are going to be where it's at. Now, walls score off of a lot of things. Just, it feels like a random amount of things, almost. Like, it likes being around buildings. I don't know how else to put it. You just put it in the middle of things and you feel out where it should go. I don't know if I'm ever going to get to the point where it's like, yes, I want to put this beside a jeweler specifically, so I'm going to make sure that it's slightly away from my mansions to get extra space. I think it's too much to plan around walls early. I do want to just see where it is best. I'm hoping for spots down here that I can like wrap it all the way around my city. 26 there. Yeah, and there's not going to be any space in the back. I filled this up a bit too well. I mean, that works. Is there another spot? Yeah, but they're all pretty low scoring after that. And like there is a way to get around here, but again, pretty low scoring. I don't think there's anything up here. I think my best might be to wrap around these houses here. It's going to look like some really weird walls, but they could be pretty high scoring going through here. If I get lucky with a couple archways branching here, I can make it go up and then back around. Oh, that 26.1 is going to be one of my placements. Yeah, okay, so it's walls around this set of houses when I get them. I have another fountain, which can pass it between the parks if I need to. It's not enough points to do so. The Wisp is currently on the Hermitage, right. And it was wheat fields to do that next. And I'm going to play all 5 of them. I'm going to hope for more wheat fields on my like next building pack. Because like I want to get out all of the wheat fields that I have for the round right here. I want to make sure that there is space here for another field. But that I get this statue on this as well. Getting 8 points back there. It's like this, and hopefully, yeah, it aligns to the grid, and then there's enough space back here for me to put one in. Oop. Nothing to it but to do it. Zoom out, make spinning this direction a bit easier. A bit more palatable. 1 and then 2, I guess, so that they're still close to the mill. They're worth so much that I'm just unlocking more and more building packs now. Okay, monument, because those are going to be hard to place around where I've done my parks so far. So I want to know where they work compared to my markets. What a weird spot for a monument. If I could get it into this corner here, oh, that would be nice. So it likes city centers, it likes parks, and it likes fountains. And that's going to be the best spot that I'm going to get. Oh, 63, I think. 63, okay. More parks going here in the future are good for points. I don't know, are an extra 8 points per. Don't know if I'm going to be able to make that work, but we'll see. We have a hop field, which I cannot play, or like I could play now, I can also wait until maybe I get a wisp bounce onto it somehow by playing like a Hermitage into a hop field into a park, pull it off. Because like I have to play a second Hermitage over here and it'll be back here. This hop field is in range of that currently. We'll play... Do I need to play this wheat field back here? Yes, we're playing all of the wheat fields. I'm just thinking which are the best spots to do it in. Is that... Wait, it has to be... Oh, that's weird. Okay, so it's... I think that's a bug. I think I might report that. Wheat field. Earns points for every connected wheat field. I'd have to read the text on Wisp again, but I think if it's a building that it scores with, it'll pull. But you can see how the wheat field on the top left is worth 2, and over here it's worth 7. So it doesn't actually get pulled over to this wheat field in the corner. So I'll have to play 2 wheat fields here, which... yeah, I'm fine with. I can also place more of them beside the Hermitage, so like it's not... it's better to place them out here, but I wanted to place one of the wheat fields into that corner over there. So this guy? We get a boon pack, so I have to make a choice before playing my last wheat field. Shrink building. Are there any big buildings that I think I'm not going to be able to place in this area? Markets are going on wall platforms, so that's not going to be an issue. Having a smaller guild hall might allow me to like finagle it in here better. Oh, I have to be wary of placing too many wheat fields before this guy goes down. My next wheat field has to go in this pocket right here, not further out. What else is a big building? Warehouses, which now I have 2 of. I could place smaller amounts. I don't... shrinking it by 20% I don't think is going to save me enough to like make it feel worth it. Oh, it takes a -5 hit for a Hermitage. Never knew. Yeah, I don't think there's too many things that are like... that I want to shrink. Might have been nice for the aviaries before. Maybe not. It is only 20%. 20% feels like a very small amount to shrink something by. I'm gonna take sustainable. And I'll keep an eye out for like any building that can use this, because it is a pretty small amount of points. Or I could save sustainable for another run, because I think how the boons work is like once you pick them, then it comes out of the draw pool. So I could take shrink building and then no longer see it in the draw pool, because like I'm not reasonably going to be using sustainable on this run. I don't think. I'll take shrink building. Get it out of the pack. And then the next play was to do a wheat field here and then a park beside it. Or instead of a park, I can do a mill. I have to make a decision after doing this. But it was over here because it's in the way of the guild hall. I don't want to play a wheat field out there yet. Yeah, that isn't in range of the mill yet. If I had one more wheat field, this could be perfect by playing it back there. That gets into range of the... It breaks how nice the wheat fields look, but I'm going to do it. Sorry for my sins. By the way, this wisp has earned us over, I think, what is that, 130 times 5? 180 points. It's earned us 180 points, and it's only going to continue. I have so many more buildings for it to bounce off of. I mean, yeah, sure, there's other ones that are like increase the score of your building by 60%, and those ones gave me like 150 twice last time, so like 300 points total. But those were like end game. I'm not earning those points as the round is progressing. I have so many more options because of this wisp, and I thought it wasn't a good idea. I thought it wasn't. I was like talking about it rather than just seeing the wisp taking the wisp on boon 2 of an island. I'm crazy. Okay, what's next to pull the wisp off of the wheat field? The guild hall is not in range of that mill. Yeah, not even close. What? It'd have to go through all of the wheat fields. What am I thinking? So the mill over here can get a solid 60 points. It will be in range of the warehouse that I'm probably putting on this corner, and down here. Down over here doesn't seem like it's any worth. And if I do this, then the wheat fields that I place in the future are also going to eventually, once I like place, maybe it's going to take 1, 2, and then they'll be beside this guy. They'll get 5 points from being close to him. Do I need to place this now, though? It's it's the thing that branches me into playing more wisps. I play a mill here. I can't play a city center over here. I could play one over here, but I'm expecting a second Hermitage at some point, so I don't want to do that yet. Because, like, I want to bounce it between houses and parks next, honestly. And, like, in this area, too. I just don't know how conceivable that is. If I do a park in that corner, I have to pull it out with a tower instead. It's a mill. It's a mill. And if I go any lower, then it's going to be in range of the guild hall. Let me see how much lower it has to be. It's 84 points here. Don't think I'm... Yeah, this is the spot. Is 84. So it needs to be slightly below that hut. So, like... There. Now that it's on the mill, I'm going to use a mason. Oh, I thought masons pulled it off the mill. I think it's just mills that like masons. It's the wrong way around. What likes a mill? Because I can always undo this if I need to. Pull it onto a park instead. Parks don't like mill at a rate of 4, but I can pull it off and be fine. It's like a +1 point in that case. It's the city centers that like mills, but the Hermitage that I want to place does not like it. Fountains don't care. Monuments, I think, yeah, they don't care either. Yeah, so playing the mill early is not the way to go. I think it is park into tower into houses or mansions around another city center. Because I need to get some of these parks out of my inventory. I've got a lot of them. I'll take up some of the prime real estate down here. Can I fit this in here? I can't. I'd need to play it in here, which is where I wanted my last hop field to go. I'm saving this area for skinny parks. I will play this low, and then I can move my wheat fields up to go here instead. Okay. I did increment the wisp bounce onto that mill, so I'm not going to increment it when I play this park here. Now I need to figure out where I go next with this guy. So I can go down here. A mason likes being beside a tower, right? And then houses can be beside that mason to score points, or a city center can. Where do I want my next city center to be? If I can get it on this corner here, then I can play some houses over here, or more mansions even. And sure, the mansions aren't flanking the city center on both sides, but then my jeweler that I'm going to be placing here is going to hit more people. I mean, there's one that goes here for 28 points. Maybe he gets a few extra down here. And then this guy that goes here that gets all of the buildings for sure. There's so many options, so many choices. I want to start playing like park house back and forth. That's not happening. That shouldn't happen because of the Hermitage. It is only -15, but it still feels like it's not correct. A city center all the way down here is what I'd prefer, but then I'd have to use 2 towers to do that, and then I'm not able to play towers when like they get me the most points. What 2 towers scale off of? Fish kites, temples, mason statues. So like I'm only losing points off of towers if I don't have a mason that's in like a central location to all of them. I don't really need a mason to be in a central location for all the towers, so I'm losing 1 point per building on towers, but I'm able to build in a easy location, which is nice, with a wisp if I use 2 towers to get it to where I want to go. Problem is, I have to also get it out of the location that I want to build in. Parks. They're taking up spaces from the potential jewelers that I have down here, and it is only potential at this point, because now I'm starting to limit my draws. I'm not going to get duplicates of all the buildings anymore. Parks down here aren't that bad, which means, do I put a city center down here? City center here. No, I need like a wall platform to be able to build more houses beside. I think... it's hard to know where my houses will want to go. I could end up just playing all the rest of my houses in this area again still. I just need a way to bring it back. I could play houses around this guy, because I'm probably not going to get another circus. So a tower in this location, a mason here, and then houses and parks back and forth. And I think parks were like, they were all right around here. Now, okay, if I am to bounce it between parks and houses, I need to get more points than what parks would be over here, which are around 15 to 20 points per. I'll find locations for them. And they're also hitting the Hermitage, which I remember them being back and forth. It's an extra 5 points. So these guys here are worth 20 to 25 points overall. These guys, if I'm bouncing them with the wisps, I may be hitting them for 20, but then all of my houses are worth an extra 5 in this location. And that's not worth it because the houses are just worth the most around the shaman and the city center here still. I am going to run out of those places eventually. I think there's like one more spot here to play. Yeah, from a corner piece. And there's like 1, 2, 3, just barely 3 more spots to play over here. 3, is that a 4th? I mean, if I get a corner house, yeah, this is a 4th spot to play. So I have 4 more spaces for houses. Okay, I pull the wisp over here by... Can I do a house in the middle? Do I backspace this park, play it on this side more, and then I play a house here to pull it in? Can I do that with this house? I cannot. Could play it here. I can play it here. Okay, I'm gonna try that. It's worth 14 points, but it's going to be more eventually. It's taking up space for my warehouses. Do I put it in this corner? I could put it like... No, because that breaks like the connection that the wheat fields are going to want to make. They could connect over here instead. Let me see how much range a house has if I put it in this location. It doesn't have enough to reach over that wall. It needs to be on this side of the brewery. I have to do it on this side of the brewery. It's worth more if I move it further down, but that's not something that I want to do with the warehouses. So I'll put it here. Don't have to count that wisp bounce because we've already counted it. And then this guy goes in the corner here. And then I can play, hopefully, another house here. If not, I can play like a mason or something to pull it over. We'll see. Worst comes to worst, I can pull this guy from anywhere with a tower. That is as good as I'm gonna get. We'll increment the counter. And the house. Does it... I mean, it fits awkwardly, but it fits. And that's all I really needed to do, because I'm not gonna get another good house here. I mean, yes, it would be another good house right here. Hey, I've gotten lucky on pulling like the exact necessary mansion down here. I can be fine. I can manage pulling a bad draw on a house. Should I put one over here instead? That's not in range. I could put down a wall first as a way to set up for future walls here. It's hard to know, because like I think I remember getting a really good wall around this corner here somewhere. Like I was able to like really reef the thing in, which I might leave enough space behind if I do a weird like sideways house in here. Let me try that. So like if I do this, it scores on the wisp, it scores on the city center, scores on the shaman. And then can I get a wall to fit in here? Yes, I can. I'm I'm kind of a fan of that, actually. Because then it allows me to fully box off this area if I get enough walls, which I think is another one of my, like, I'm going to draw a lot of buildings. It's houses, mansions, and walls. Yeah, 20 feels pretty good, and it extends this leg far enough that I can pick it up from here, getting a good amount of points. And then I can pick up that one from here, pick up that one from here, get 20 points, and then cap it off with, it's not that many points, but over here. That building is staying, as odd as that is. And I increment the bounce, because I haven't done that yet. Yeah, not on this one. I did it on that one back there. Fish kite or a market? I want chances for more fish kites. I've got a lot of towers, and they're all pretty, like, circular around here. A fish kite in the center is probably going to do well. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and the aviaries scale it too. Okay. We have another tavern, so that is an option for some more points. It is in range of this guy for minus 15. That doesn't really matter when there are 2 breweries at stake. Can I fit him in here? For 58. It's a pretty hardy amount of points. If I were to play him on any of the weird inclines over here, it's not worth any more. If I were to play him here, it's worth 54. Down here, not enough. I'll save him for later. Houses like being beside him? Question mark. Yes. So that might be something to play earlier, but I think him being best over here is something that's stopping me from playing him down here for 54, especially when this is a spot that I want a house to use. Yeah, like 24 points here, and then another one for another 24. It does leave space right there for the tavern. It keeps me going with the bounces. It's not that bad. I have to worry about the wall on this side. Okay, okay. So let's say I put down a house here. I have to allow the wall to snake through this. So I'd want him to be cinched off to the right. Like that. It's gonna increment the bounce. I can always decrement it if I need to. Tavern. Over here. Still fits, right? Yes. Wall. You still fit. Yes, but you do go around a bit longer, and that's fine, because I think I had some extra, like, distance to cover over here. Sure, it isn't as close to, like, the city center or things, or it's... I don't think it's going to be able to reach the city center for points, but that's not too much of a difference, especially when it gets a wall behind it. Don't have to... Yeah. Can I fit another house in here is the question. Okay, so if I do this guy, there might be enough space for a wall to snake out here first. But if I do that, it blocks the tavern out. I could do this, but I think that fully blocks the wall. I'll place it. If it doesn't block a wall, I'm going with it. Place. Increment. And does it block the wall? Yes, it does. I'm not going with it. There's no space anywhere over here for it to go. I think I've already tried that spot. Oh, I want to be playing parks in between these guys. Oh, and I can't undo it. Okay. Because I have so many to get rid of. 20-point park isn't bad. Still leaves space for the wall to get through. Do I do that? Play another house in a, like, a poor position and then the tavern? Or do I play this park here and then I place a tower somewhere else to pull it off? And go build somewhere else for a bit? Worth 36 over here. Then how do I get it off? I would need to play like a mason over here. Are masons fine beside the hermitage? They are. And I'd play it here, and then I'd play the next tower down like this backside. They're not as long on range as I thought. Like it'd be in the center here. I guess it is beside a guild hall, maybe even 2 if I'm lucky. It's not close enough to the wall to pick up the mason how I'd like it to. I could always play the park, then play the wall, and that it's not going to give me enough points to get to the next round. It's a thinker. Sorry, just looking over all my options. Towers like walls, right? I can place one over here to pick it up from the wall that I get jutting out here, instead of placing a tower out here. That gives it a bit of extra range to get a mason on this corner. The mason over here, let me just pick up the mason. Yeah, picks up the statue and the tower, and then the tower that I place over here is in range of that mason. It's in range of the guild hall or 2. And then I place a park over here to continue moving it down towards this city center to do some building over there, predominantly with parks. It's not the worst plan. It's always convoluted. Wisps are always convoluted, but... And the house that I want to place, I think doesn't exist anymore with that wall. The only one that I want to is down here, and I'm never getting a wisp in there and out of there easily. So I'm going to leave the house, especially because I have 2 city centers that I could start placing them beside. If a mason goes down here, it makes the city center better? Question mark? Nah, I can't get out of range of the Hermitage in time. I don't need to worry about that much. One-off mason in the corner to help me pull this guy out to what I want to do. Or, like, I might be overcomplicating it, and I might just be able to, like, play a tower down here and then more buildings around it. Okay. It's a tower for 21 points, which is not much, especially because these guys, that's including the wisp. If I pull it back over here with towers, can I do a, like... No, I can't park into Wheatfield into park, but I can also, instead of playing a mason over here, oh, I can play one of my parks in the back corner here, and then on my tower, pull it out again. Yeah, I'm going to do that, for sure, because I need more parks in this area. And the house here is worth 9 points. The house down here is worth 19. But this weird house shape, it's gonna be built somewhere else later. I play a wall first. Wall. There you are. Is there any way that I can eke this around? I can get more, like, distance off my tower. Let me just make sure that, like, my tower over here is going to be in range of my park. I don't need to worry about, like, extending the wall further along this line. I just need to worry about getting it a lot of points and also hitting my my park. It's worth 25 there. Is there any way that I can angle it to get another house? I don't think so. I'll take the 25 and try to make it, like, nice on the corners so that they can connect easier in the future. So, like, there feels good. Okay. I want to see if there's, like, any spot for park down here. Oh my god. After, like, figuring out the plan, now I have to think about the boon that I want. Ah, so much thinking. Increase area. Grow the score area of the next building that you place by 50%. It's only one building. I think that's like made for temple, by the way, because it's a big radius, but the temple itself is so large that like you really benefit by scaling it up. And it loves being around masons, so if you can get it beside Mord, you can get that to be a really high scoring building. Um, Fish Kite could benefit from it because like there's, I don't know if there's a lot of buildings that are out of its range now that I'm thinking about it. This tower over here eventually will be. And the circus and the statue. So that's going to like probably add 50 to 60 points to this fish kite. Like another 5 buildings at max. How much is the other one going to? It's sustainable. Prevents the next time a building would get a negative score from industry or harvesting buildings. I already said that there's like not many of those that are going to be out there. I'm not getting more copies of mills that like I want to place like 4 beside, especially because I've already placed down so many wheat fields. This is great if you have done nothing with mills and wheat fields so far and you place all of them right beside each other because they don't take any negative, and all of the wheat fields love being beside that many mills all at once. I'm going to take increase area for the fish kite, or maybe a market or something else similar. I have to remember we've got shrink building and demolish in case I need to wiggle something into a certain spot. I wonder if you demolish a building with a wisp on it, if it just gets rid of the wisp. Okay. I can place the tower. It fits in here nicely. We'll get the max points of 37. That's another wisp bounce. Building pack before we place down the park. Wall platform or market. We're placing the market on the wall platform. I might want to place another hermitage on the wall platform. I feel like we take wall platform first. A lumberjack. It's been a long time since we got one of these guys. This can actually be really nice to like pass between parks, even though it doesn't like being... Oh, it doesn't care about parks, but parks care about it. So I could pass it onto a lumberjack and then onto a warehouse. That's something I can do with parks again. We're gonna take a 28-point park. It's so much. I like go crazy for like 30-point buildings or like 30-point houses. But when I see a 30-point park, that's a game. A 33-point park? Can I get 37 somehow? No, because the tower's like behind the mill, right? Yeah, I need to pull it out. Wait, I can't even pull it out far enough. This leaves enough space for the hop field in the center. It gets rid of the flowers for this guy. It gets rid of 1 flower for this guy. I don't need to worry about it. 33. And it's closer to where I want the tower to go. Where I want the next building to go. I'm just thinking, because I'm beside this hop field right here, do I place the hop field before the park? Because it gets extra points on it, and there's like no way to pass it off other than a hermitage. Yes, and the hermitage I can also just pass off onto the wheat field if I need to. So we're going to redact that park, place a hop field first, and then place the park. Does this get the same scoring? 26 compared to 22. This is 30, and I can place a park here. Yeah, 30. Oh, I can't place a park there. Oh. Okay, well, thank you, undo button. Is there extra space for a hop field if I do this? I think so, and I think there's still enough space for a park here, right? Just barely. Yeah, okay. So that's an extra 2 points in the park. We've already incremented the counter, don't need to do that. Now I use a tower to pull this out. I want the tower to be in a good point scoring position, but I don't want it to take away like a better position in the future. If I wanted to place one on this corner, this tower's in the way, so I need to pull it around here. It's looking like 34. It's looking like 34. And then after I do this tower, what am I doing next? It's a park in this middle area, and then some mansions or some houses along this city center. Do I do huts? Huts do city center, shaman, statue, lighthouse. They can pull it from like anywhere, but I don't I don't know how I would get it off the hut, is the thing. I don't know what likes being beside a hut. I don't know. This could be where I, like, these are my last buildings to place, as odd as that is, because it would get me, like, an extra 20 or so points. 34. This. And then we have a park to place in this area. Solid 15 points. If I were to place them over here, they are worth more. So I don't want to, like, hang around in this area too long. I do just want to pass it off onto, like, a mansion or two. Do I need to play for the Wisp this much? Do I really need to? It served me well thus far. I think I like that. Park into fountain into whatever mansions I can fit around here still. Because I don't think there's a better spot for a fountain elsewhere. That means that we're still using our Wisp to the best of our abilities. We've got 5 mansions to get through as well. Okay. It was park first. And we'll get a 15.1 here, 16. Because this should be in range of the fountain, right? There. And then it was fountain there. So many buildings on the bar, it's a bit hard to see. It needs to be up a little bit. That might be nice though. Let me see where the mansions fit into the city center. Okay, right here. Right here. We've got space for 2 mansions by the city center. 3 down here. Do we have any good space for parks? I mean, 14 isn't half bad. But I'd rather wait for over here, especially because the Hermitages are going to make them 5 more, like worth 5 more. So I don't need to play parks in this location. Fountain. Right, what's the next building pack? Market, and then we're just getting more buildings of what we already have. Let me see what this market is looking like in different locations. Wall platform there, or, oh, if I didn't play that park up there, there might have been enough space. But I think I'm still fine with playing a wall platform here, just because there's not many better spots for it. Maybe, no, I shouldn't say that. I could be playing a wall platform with like a bunch of houses on it right here, like above the city center. That's if I need to later. What's a market just like base down here? Just like being beside a jeweler. Just why Mason? Mason seems like such a weird thing to. Maybe it helps build the market. I have no idea. But a warehouse, the city centers, and actual houses, actual residential areas. What does it fit in back here? Oh, is my wall just... No, it's my park that's boxing it off again. Maybe it is the wall a bit too. I feel like it could fit in there though. Back to where we were before with the mansions over here. 21-point mansions, ain't half bad. There's definitely not gonna be enough space if I do that. Do this though to save, yeah, in case I get an L shape like this, so it can be beside the fountain too. Very nice, very nice. Now I am gonna need a park to pass it down here. Did I count that last wisp bounce? I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I probably overcounted on a couple others so far. I can place it up here for... What's that? Oh, it can't be a 23 because I've taken up this space here away from it. 17 isn't bad. Does that allow me to pick it up with a mansion, though? Because, like, the problem I was having is I'm not close enough to the wisp. We'll see. We'll see. Try doing this. And if it works, then I have to double count my wisps. No, it doesn't go into the ground far enough. Okay. So it's either 17 points up here or 12 points down here with an extra 5 that we get from the mansion. I might have to leave this guy in the dust and build other things elsewhere. We've got a lumberjack that we can place. There's like one location for it to go in. Any way that we can get it onto the lumberjack? A sawmill, a statue, a blooming tree, or a tree? No. So it's a free building to place. I'm going to in the highest point location it's possible to. 15? The tavern. We could bounce that onto it by putting a house nearby. The nearby house would be on this side, which we could only get up to like here if we did like a mason on this wall from a tower down here, which the tower's worth 16. That feels a bit convoluted for points. It would be in range of the fish kite, giving that an extra 15. Hold on. Okay. So I play one like over here. I then play a mason on this wall to be in range of it. It's not half bad. And then a house up here to be in range of the mason, which is a big point loss. Pretty big one. It's just to get it onto a tavern that I'm not able to like sweep it off of. What if I were to start getting it on like my industry buildings again, like my warehouse? Okay, what's the city centers like being beside? Because I need to get some of these placed. Masons, which... like walls. If I had a wall, I could place it around here, and then a mason to pull it off of it, and then onto... I don't even know where the city center is going to go. Because, like, I do have 5 more mansions. The city center goes down here. The mansions really like being beside each other. They like having a wisp on them. I think I try getting the wisp down over here. And I think I do that by using, like, the tower strategy. How do I get it onto the mason afterwards, though? Does the city center like being by a market? Doesn't care. I feel like I've walked myself into a corner with the wisp down there. Might not be the worst. Probably isn't the best. I could put it on a warehouse here. Because, like, there's not really many good spots for my warehouses so far. Is that just because I don't have a lot of buildings for them? Sawmill. Doesn't seem like I'm going to be getting many more of the buildings that help scale them. Do I give up on the wisp finally? It's good for a few of my mansion placements, but not many of them. And if I were to, I've got two. Nice. I didn't even notice I got a second precious metal mine. If I were to bounce them onto some of the big ticket items, like say a fish kite or more of my towers, I'm not sure it's worth the 5 points anymore. Not with how big some of my buildings have become, and not with how like built everything's gotten. If I had more space, it might be nice. Oh, I took up the like 60-point spot for a monument over here by placing a park down. That's a mistake that I'm making because I'm playing for the wisp and I'm playing for it too much. Is there anything that scales off the monument? Like the fish kite here. No, it doesn't care about it. I was thinking maybe I'd be able to pull it onto some of the bigger buildings by doing so. The fish kite needs to go down at the end. I'm not thinking straight. I'm going to play the buildings that feel like there's never going to be a better location for them. This park, not going to get any better. There's not going to be anything that I can... Well, okay, I can build a wheat field here to make it better. The mill can go down after the fact. That's fine. Let's see, what about a park? Can it slot in here? It can, but it's not worth as much. I think there's enough space for 2 parks here. Oh, it kind of looks like it. Oh my god, if I get more skinny parks, that's going to be so nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll see what buildings I get, but I think I'm done with the wisps for now. Oh, another wheat field. We'll stop it from deleting a tree. That's better over here. It is. And it's still going to be in range of the mill that I want to place in the future. Not beside the parks that I'm placing. 1 point per. This is 5 points. I'm good with that. Now I got a fat one. Fat one could go here because I'm not going to get many more wheat fields. So it's not like I'm taking up its real estate. It's also getting 21 points back here. Okay, if I place anything down here, worth... Did I find an 18? I found a 17. That's fine to help me bounce it better. What does it bounce off if I place a park over here? Because it's a reduction of 5 points. It's a reduction of 5 points to help get it onto another building, possibly. I'd be able to bounce it onto a monument. What does the monument then bounce onto? I guess I haven't like read enough to see like what likes being beside a monument. Do houses or things like that? No. Sawmill definitely isn't going to care. Mason? No. Won't place a park down there then. I'm going to leave the wisp stranded. It's a 22-point park over here. And I want to make sure... Yeah, that has enough space for a wheat field still, if I cinch that guy all the way up. Next. I want to make sure that my mill is still good. Yes. That will buff both my warehouses. I think I want to put like one on this side to be in range of the market. I don't know if I can get one all the way over here. If I place one here, it's in range of the mill. And it's also in range of the guild hall. Yeah, for sure. And then this one is a loss of points now, but an increase in points for my wall platform markets here. Now, if I could get the warehouses down beside the precious metal, it's an extra 7 per anything for the jewelry. No, so it is... Wait, is the warehouse a base reduction? No, it's a base score of 0. So this 11 over here is actually worth 14 over here, taking up space from a potential city center that I want to place. Oh, This guild hall is so much worse because I've been playing the parks. Damn. Ah, it's something that I'm just going to have to bite the bullet on. Oh, that's rough. Wait, sustainable, right? Industry or oh, it's industry or harvesting buildings. I could demolish some of the parks, but I don't know if like it keeps 60% of what is originally scored, so that's not something that helps much. I could maybe shrink the building to try to like get it further back. 54 isn't bad. And then, yeah, and then over here I've been placing a bunch of mansions, so then this one also gets a reduction in points. Do I place the guild halls now? Do I send it? Because, like, are they getting any better? Where... I should focus on these, because I'm going to start packing areas so tight that I'm not going to have the space to play them anymore. A mill and a warehouse will get this guy an extra 24 points. That's what I'm going to do. Any building down below that can pass the wisp up off to here? Question mark? Should I even consider that? I probably shouldn't. So the mill needed to go here. Then the warehouse needed to go... If I get any more wheat fields, I want the space for it. I just want to make sure the market is also going to be in range. Yeah, it's got a long range. I don't need to be worried about the warehouses being good. We get another shaman, another wheat field. I want to make sure this guy stays connected. Oh, okay. I thought that I did mess up by putting the park too close. Okay, so I can't put a warehouse here because I want the wheat field to make that many points. So then the warehouse would go like back here, I guess. Feels like it's taking up like a massive amount of space. Do hermitages not like warehouses? I feel like they wouldn't. I feel like they don't like that mill either, but I've placed so many things that are good for it over here that it's not going to matter, really. I could play a warehouse here. I think that's where I go with it. Does it? Oh, it fits like this? I'll do this then. Warehouse here, then I'm going to make sure that a mill can be, or a field, yeah, can still be placed beside it. It slides in very nicely, so it's like as tight as it can be. Now the guild hall that was going to go here. I'm getting 78 points. I'm getting 78 points. Is there anything that's worth more if I put it in range? A mason will be an extra 12 points, and then this guy over here will make it worth an extra 24 total from wherever it'll go. We're not getting any new buildings, so no plateaus. City centers, I think, only buff it by like, yeah, 4. So I think a mason is worthwhile to put in this location here. Better to place it before the warehouse, but I'm not going to redo it now. I could make it worth, yeah, 16 isn't something I want to go for. It goes here. Where were my shaman spots? 33, okay. 25, that is going to be in range of both the guild halls. And then I place the mason out of range of it. Does a shaman like parks or anything that I can pick it up onto? Because then I can pick it up onto both the guild halls and make that more worth it. No. How can I get this wisp onto this mason? Warehouse, city center, market tower wall. What's the warehouse pickup? Mill, sawmill, statue, brewery, precious metal mine. If I wanted to get it onto a mill, I'd need to get it onto a wheat field. Wheat field is from a hermitage. That doesn't work. So I don't think I have any way of like passing the wisp onto my guild halls. So I'm fine with leaving him in the dust. Oh, a mason? Does a mason like being beside a warehouse? Mason, yes, that's how we do it. Okay, so we redact this. Right, no, because I was trying to figure out how we get it onto the mason first. If I had a wall, I think okay, I wait for a wall over here to send it, so I can't build anywhere in this region for the time being. I can build a shaman here first, actually. That's not an issue. There's the 27 points, and I don't think it gets any better. Want to make sure that this guild hall is in range of that guy all the way down there. Yeah, he's in range of this entire island. So the shaman's a safe bet. Now I need to build out here. I've got a few more houses. I've got this weird awkward one to place first, and I don't think I'm placing them down beside the other city centers. I don't think I'm using them to branch wisps at all. So I just need to find a good spot to put this guy, so that I can start building like the house that I want to here. Is it worth it to play the tavern now and wait on houses to be in better locations? Or is it better to play the tavern now for points? It's worth an extra 2 every time. I'd like maybe be getting an extra 4 points off of it. Wasn't there a better spot that like wasn't a wisp bounce? I feel like there was before. Search for it in the center somewhere. No, it actually looks like 51 is the best. Okay, I'll take a 51. Now wall platforms. If they don't scale like off of anything, yeah, except for city centers, it's not going to get any better than here unless I make a city center up top, which I wanted to wait for hermitages. And this also allows me to play more mansions on top of it in range of like everything over here. Wait, did the jewelers also get in range of that? Oh, the jewelers will be able to take a little bit of a slice. Yes, that's what I'm doing. It's wall platform 1 here, a bunch of mansions on top of it. Wall platform 2 with a market on it. Can I pass the wisp here? It would have to be on a city center into the wall platform. And then nothing likes the wall platform, right? Maybe houses for some reason? Well, wall platform plus 6? What do you mean? I need to find a way to get the wisp over there. That's the next thing to do. Come on, there's got to be a way, right? I'm just not seeing it. There's always going to be a way in this game. I don't want to be playing the markets first. If it's over here, I don't have any more parks to pull it further in this direction, so I can't get like I mean, even if I did put a mansion or a house here to try to bridge it on top, that's not going to be like feasible. There's nothing in this area that I can build to like start it out except for the mason. And then I put a city center on top and take the reduction in points. It is minus 35. It is going to pay me back 13 points per mansion because of the wisp that I get onto it and each of the mansions that go here. It does also give me like a placement spot for the city center. If it raises actually onto that wall platform, that's something I should test. Is that gonna mess me up? No, because I was thinking about this before, and there's so many like poor there's no way to get on the mason without a wall. I'm going to do this without the wisp. I'm not going to micromanage the wisp anymore. This goes down. Now, do I place the city center for minus 35? I need to make back 50 points total by placing it up here. This is going to be like maybe half of it, maybe a bit more. Do markets like being beside city centers? Because like then I'll get more of my points recouped. 5. I don't know if that's enough. Yeah, and it needs to be in the corner too, which means that there's no buildings that can be like around the bottom side of it taking up space. And it does take space away from the mansions that I want to play up here, which are just like very good. 25 points per. Yeah, not all of them are going to be by the shaman, but some of them will be. Anything else that I can make it, like make it nicer for the mansions anyway? No, not really. I guess a fountain down here in the future is going to be better too. It's just good to play the mansions here. Like this to get the shaman again. We'll open up a new building pack. We get a lumberjack, a hut, and a mason. The lumberjack I said was free before, so we'll do that because there's like nothing that like will pull onto or off of the lumberjack except for the sawmill. Wait, oh wait, I can just do the mansions that I have set up. Okay, what's the jeweler looking like? 53 before any of the precious mines. If this is my only jeweler, that's a crazy amount. If I put the jeweler up top, 58, it's the same amount. Okay, no loss. Buildings that I would shrink to place. The monument. I can shrink him to place. I was about to say I could shrink him to place him here, but like he's already being placed there. I could shrink him to place him here. Let me try that actually. Come on, you can do it. I know you can do it. No? Nope, not happening. Okay, gonna have to call it, well, not call it there, but I'm gonna take another panoramic of this because I've built a lot of the island. Alright, so I definitely have not realized how much time has passed, and I need to be heading to bed soon, but before I do, I need to make a couple decisions. It kind of sucks that I placed down so many mansions here all willy-nilly because the wall platform, because the houses scale off of being placed, on top of it, I can also place another wall platform right up here, directly above it, and then the market that I want to place on top of it still has the space to do so, right? But then all of the houses that I fit into here, I think I still can, right? Mansions? Yeah, they're going to benefit from both of the wall platforms as points. If there was 3 of them, yeah, they do benefit from all 3. So like this is the best way to like score mansions, I think. If I had like 3 wall platforms and 10 to 15 mansions, there'd be a lot of points. Maybe a city center on one side. I don't think I'd be able to put them in the center because like I want to score the 6 points off the wall platforms compared to the 8 points to the city center. It's a possibility to place it on the top rung, but then not all of these buildings are hitting it anyways. It is going to be hard to like fit them into the bottom though, which is I think like a difficulty of this strategy. Maybe it's possible. I am gonna take this platform off just to see how much space I'm working with. Okay, so it's mansion. It fits lengthwise and it can do so all the way down. Okay, we'll place the wall platform again then, maybe giving myself a bit of extra space. And then the mansions go down. So this guy, yeah, still fits in. And it can go through the legs of the wall platform, it looks like. Yeah, completely fine. So we'll place them at the corner to begin with. Still within range of this. Oh, it is in range of the city center down below. That's why it's getting so many points. Okay, so I'll do that there. We'll wait for another mansion. And there was something else that I wanted to do before I headed off. Oh, it was to test if the markets can be shrunk down to fit here or here so that I can use this for more houses if that happens. So we'll shrink and we'll try placing one up here. Does it fit? It does. That'll probably be a spot. especially if I can get a warehouse here. And the second spot will be a market over here. Oh, it's picking up the wisp. That's interesting. It's a possibility to get it onto the mason then. I do need to get it a bit further over. So if I put it here, it would be in range of this guy. This is 60 points. I'm going to want to keep that as a shrunk building over here. And then this guy, I guess I could put him back here. That's a lot less of points though. I mean, maybe 47 is worth it. I did want to put a warehouse here, but I think a warehouse in this position is probably better, or maybe even both, because then they're in range of both of the markets. And I can pass the wisp to and from them a little bit. I needed to get in range of, yeah, that mansion down there. Not going to play it yet. There's still more mansions for me to play. Right? Right. Something to figure out tomorrow. Okay, that's it. Okay, so it's been a hot minute since I've played. Well, more like a day. Everybody has to get some sleep. I feel like the decisions that I was making before were a bit clouded by like how long I was playing this game for, or how long I was doing this specific run. The wall platforms over here, I should have seen much earlier that I could have played the mansions on top, like I was talking about last night. And it did feel like a lot of my buildings I was just placing down and then like looking around to see if I could find a maximum amount of points rather than like thinking about where they should go. I'm going to try to get onto like the same reasoning as I did yesterday of trying to get the wisp onto the market and then the warehouse and then placing the guild hall, just because I have no more new buildings to get, so my guild hall is going to be as good as it's ever going to be. There's no more boons that I can pick up either, so there's no way that I'm going to be able to duplicate it in the future. And I need to think about using these because I don't want to be sitting here without using them. The increase in area could be on something like the market, but it would have to be the first market that I play. If I were to increase this area here, let's see, it would be getting 74 points by being over here at max, and it would be getting an extra 6, 12, there's that 16, 21 total. It would be getting 21 if I were to increase the area here. That's not big enough to really matter, I'd say. The jeweler is getting a maximum amount of points when it gets played here, so I don't need to worry about that increasing in size at all. I could try shrinking it and seeing if it fits back there, actually, because I've got 3 of these shrink buildings. I was planning on using 2 of them for the markets, just because otherwise the markets don't have any good locations to go. But if I can get like an extra jeweler back here in range of both of my precious metal mines and still have enough space to put one over here, that would be great. I don't think so though, with what it's looking like. I could maybe put one up here and get it in range of the precious metal mines, but then that also gets rid of a good mansion space. It does allow me to play 2 jewelers in range of the majority of the mansions, but not all of them. I think at that point I would do... it's a... Okay, so it's 53 points here compared to like... I'd want to get it in range of that aviary, meaning my next jeweler would have to be over here, and then yeah, it's only worth 8 points, and that's even with a shrunk building and like this guy all the way over here. If I push him for 35 right in the corner, I could play this guy over here for 28. I think it's better to just play the 53 here and then take the hit on the next jeweler of like the minus 35. So I'm not going to use shrink building on any of them. The monument, I don't think I need to shrink to get in here. Let me double check that, because this is still the best spot, and it's likely going to be the spot that I finish it with. That's 56. Yeah, so it does fit in here. So parks get an extra 8 points for going down here in the future. City centers, if I can play them anywhere around here, which I don't think I can, get an extra 15 points. I'll have to keep that in mind. If I play the warehouse, the lumberjacks like being beside it. They don't care. I'm seeing like, what is it? After I bounce the wisp from this mansion into range of this market, which I should do after I play all of my mansions. I feel like I have, but I'm going to be getting more from building packs and play them here for a lot of points. They make the markets better. There's like no way to have them bounce onto the precious metal mine, right? And these guys are always better to put before the jeweler? Yes, much better. So I feel like these I can just use for an extra 2 sets of 15 points to get me to the next building pack, maybe get an extra mansion or something to make my market slightly better. I did have this location primed before, where I was able to fit it in this corner. See if I can get that again. It is seeming like it's slowing down every once in a while. I might have to take placing it on the outside. I mean, maybe this is even still in range. Nope. Fit there. I saw it fit on the other side. Yeah, like this. Can I rotate? I don't need to rotate it. What am I thinking? Just this? And then the next precious metal mine can go out here, and then the last one can go over here. And then all the jewelers will be in range of any amount of them. I think there's only going to be these two, though. I'm not assuming to get any more. And then if I even put a jeweler all the way over here, yeah, that's a 95-point building. That's a lot. Okay. I could also, if I get a second jeweler, place one further out of range than like this guy over here that's getting me the 108 is probably where I take it. I could play this guy like all the way out here. 108. I'd have to play them all the way out here, but then that increase of 50% range is probably enough to get the majority of the mansions. We do get another mansion though, and I don't need to wait for anything to make this any better. Now, I know that there was this amount of space left behind, like, what is it, 3 blocks wide. However, the guy up at the top here, am I able to slide it in that far? I think I might be losing a block of space in there. I know that I have 2 blocks of space, yeah, at the end here, and then I'd have the ability to place a mansion like this. I just don't know if I'm able to slide it in after doing this. I think this is still my best play, getting it for 28 points here, and then my next mansion fitting in this empty space, and then my last one fitting right here. It does require me to have 2 corner pieces, but I could maybe put some mansions up here instead to like offset it. That was originally one of the locations for my market, but like if I get more houses, making them worth 30 points each is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm thinking that like a setup for Island 5, I play none of my mansions early. Maybe something like this to like get the early points if I need, but it's a city center against a wall. I wait for 2 wall platforms, play a mansion to make sure I get the height right. I play my second wall platform, and then I play a city center on top of it. Then any of the mansions that I play here hitting 1, 2 city centers for 16 points, 6, 12. They're getting a base score of 30 plus I think it's a 1 for every mansion that they're adjacent. Parks, I wanted to play here for an extra 8. I can rip it off of this mansion to bounce the wisp again to get 20 points. That's supposedly 15. So if I find, well, I guess I'd find a spot that's worth 20 or more over here, because if it's bouncing the wisp, that is points. 20 is good. So I've got backup locations for parks over here, but if I play one over here, it's also worth an extra 8 from the monument that I want to play. And it does mean that I can play something like the market doesn't score off of it that I wanted. How would I get it off of the park and onto something that I want? What scores off of a park? Other houses? Not a hut. Another tower. But I don't want to put another tower in range of this guy over here, even though it is a lot of points. The market that I wanted up here, though, let me shrink that building again. Oh, I thought that there wasn't like a spot for me to fit in the market on. No, if I fit it on this side, it's not close enough to the mansion. Right, that was the issue. It would allow me to play a house in a poor location for a house, like a park into house into market. But I don't think that would be too bad to be able to get the wisp over here and to get the guild halls out of my inventory. Out of my inventory, I say, as if I needed to get them out now. I think it is still worthwhile. There's no way that I can get this close enough to that mansion, right? This is as close as I'll get, and it needs to go... Yeah, too far. It feels like that's so close. Is there a world that I put it here and I extend the range of it? Right, that was only like an extra 24 points as opposed to putting it here, but it bounces the wisp. Do I need it to bounce the wisp? No. Let me just make sure that the monument doesn't score negatively off of houses. So I think that's what I do next is park in this location house, and then my market. Now, if I'm playing the market, well, I'd want to play it where it scores the most, which would be here. I'd need warehouses to be beside it. One of my warehouses can go here for an extra 12 points. So it's actually 26. It's not going to be in range of the second market, sadly. If I place the market on this side. If I place the market on the left-hand side, it will be. Markets, I think, get an extra 20 points for warehouses in range. Yeah, so I think it's beneficial to put 2 warehouses here, even if they score less on points, because both of the markets will scale off of them. It does get me a lower scoring guild hall. 20 points on a market, it does, like, will always make it worth it to play a warehouse here. I should wait until after I play the Masons, right? Masons could also be another way to pull the Wisp away. Or they're not. No, because they need walls. I need to score enough to get to the next round. I don't want to play any of my fields here yet, because I need to wait for my guild hall to go down. Does that mean that I send it on all the warehouses and the markets? Let me pick a market and see how long its range is. Just to remember, yeah, it's only going to be picking up any warehouses here. I think then one of my warehouses goes in range of this guy, because I'm not going to be able to fit in 2 if I don't drink them, right? I mean, maybe I fit in 2. One's worth 18, one's worth 13. Man, against any of the walls, it isn't worth anything. I guess this one scores the 22 then, afterwards. That means that I have to play Masons around... Well, not Masons, specifically around these guys in the future, but... I wanted to play the market before the warehouse. Does this scale off of a market at all? It scales 7 compared to 20. So I wanted to bounce it to a market in this area, and then a warehouse, and then to the other market, and then do houses like markets? They do, so I could place another house here to pull it off. Let's say I get 4 bounces for an extra 20 points. Is that any better than... No, it's not better than me playing my warehouses first, so I shouldn't worry about the Wisp. If I get another sawmill in range, it's worth it. The sawmill isn't going to affect the Hermitage at all. The sawmill should wait for a lumberjack. I can place the lumberjack, I guess? Is the monument not like them? No, it's just... Okay. I think I'll play it for the 9 up here. Huts don't care about lumberjacks? They do. And this is the best location for them. Is there any better one now that I've played a bit more of the game? No, I'm getting a -2 reduction on each of my huts. They don't really bounce from much, except for city centers. And I think I have 2 city centers left to place. So that's what's locking them behind being played for right now. A base 15-point city center up there is going to increase each of these guys by 6. That's possibly worth it. A base city center up here is also... No, it would have to be too far away. Well, maybe not too far away. This is a good location. It gets me an extra point sometimes. So I still might just build on this corner because it makes placing this city center easy. I'm going to play my lumberjack, then my sawmill, then my warehouses, then my market on... The reason why I wanted to do the market early was to try to pull the wisp onto it and bounce it around, and that's not necessary. Do I just play some of my houses over here? Do I consider like a new city center somewhere else altogether? because I could use a tower, and then the city centers like towers. They don't care. Masons like towers? Question mark? Yes, they do. So I could use a tower and then a mason and then a city center to start building houses in a new location and have my wisp be bouncing around over there. So like a tower here isn't that bad. It's going to be in range of my fish kite eventually. It picks up the wisp, and then a mason can pop it off onto the city center that I put into the sky over here. Or let me see. This would also be the other location that I'd want it, or maybe even down here. But we're not getting any water platforms, so that doesn't make as much sense. I don't know if the mason... Yeah, the mason in range of the tower is probably in range of this city center, and then there's enough space on the beach that I'd want to build down here. It keeps my houses outside of the range of a future market, which is reducing its points by, like, I think 2. Double check. Yeah, by 2 per house. So if I put it here, the houses are in range here. If I put it up here, the houses over here will be in range, but, like, that's probably not a city center that I want to do. Or, well, no, this is better because it also scales the huts, correct? Most likely. Maybe not, but most likely. So I think this city center up here, even though there's less space to build for houses, is better than the one down here. And if I need to in the future, I can always put one into this corner and then have more houses in between them. So I think that's the play. Now, do I play a park first before doing so? No, because these parks over here are still worth an extra 5, not because of the wisp, but because of the hermitage that they would eventually be played beside. I'm still assuming that I'm going to get like one more of each of the like luxury buildings, the big ones, the good ones, whatever you want to call them. And there's nothing over here that's better. I need that space open to connect wheat fields. No, I need something to connect this mansion to this house, and this park is the thing that does it. That's what I'm missing. If I do this, it's worth up 22. If I can find a way to get it outside of the range of the sawmill while still being like that. Ah, it's because it's beside the fountain. 19's pretty good, and then it'll let my house get further over. I could also play this for 20. Right, and then this is an extra 8 from the monument. I'm fine with that. Then we play the tower in range of it. Then we play the mason on this cliffside to be in range of the city center. $35 is probably as good as I'm getting it. Yeah. Okay. And then we can put a mason here to have it in range, and there's nothing else around it that scores off of it. Then we pop that off with the city center. Now, do I do like 2 masons? Like one over here? Well, the wisp stops them from getting point reductions, and if I'm playing a bunch of houses over here, I would want more masons beside each other, or maybe even a shaman to get a bunch of extra points. But I feel like the shaman's ship has sailed. Like there's no reason for me to play it. Oh my god. Okay, in the future, putting a shaman... Wait, more lines are blocked here than... Oh no, it's taking a 15-point reduction from this. But like a shaman in a city center on the top to have all of the mansions on like this level hit both of them and all of the wall platforms, that would be pretty crazy for point scoring. I'll think about the shaman. Do I think about the shaman later? If it's something I can get, like... Let me do some point calculations. Each house is going to be worth an extra 5 points on the shaman. I'll probably get an extra... If I play it here... Yeah, if I play it out here, I will get... Let me see how far the city center tucks back. I'll get 1 house back here. Probably get a corner to fill up that space. 2, 3... 4, 5 beside it, so it's an extra 25 points for 28 total. Shamans anywhere else, what do they score like? This is 33, and there's like a very slight possibility I play more mansions over here, but not much. I think there's flowers over here that I got rid of. There's no really other good corner spots that block all of the rays, and I think if they do, the max that it gets to is like 30 anyways. I would like to play it. Okay. Just seeing a base score of like 19, I can't remember how. Yeah, this is how I rotated it to get it. Um, is pretty good, but it's not going to be close enough to a city center that I'll have houses beside. I could put houses here, but that does also takes. Oh wait, that's 17 points. Okay, can I have masons be outside of the range of the shaman by being like here? I can play the first one over here to help continuing the wisp movement, and then I play the next one over here, and then the shaman takes a point reduction for being close to masons, but I can pass the wisp off to it anyways, and then that gets rid of the entire point reduction. Yeah, because it likes masons at -6. It's a -1 then at that point. And then I play a city center like... I was thinking if I could play a city center closer to the houses that are being played here, it might be nice for points. I could do this, maybe? And then that's beside the shaman, so then the -5 points that it normally takes is nullified. And then I pop the wisp onto this house here that gets beside a shaman and a city center. And then this guy is going to be beside like 3 of them, maybe 4 of them. I think it'll be hard to... Ooh, I don't know if it's going to be hard to build. It keeps a lot of my markets close by. And this city center, is it in range of those huts that are up there? I don't think so. Let me double check. The huts up here are not going to be in range of this guy down here. But if I play him far enough off to the right, then this city center won't be blocked. And that's where I can play the rest of... or my last one to get my huts in range. Speaking of which, I think I can even... Yeah, I can pull my huts down further here and they score more than 18. So then they'd score off of this city center and this one over here. And I think they also like shamans, so they're scoring off of them too. Yep. That's how I do it. So it's Mason number 1 as far out to the side here as I can. 18 points is better. We then put like the next Mason here. That takes up space away from like the houses that I want to place. If I put it on that side, let me just see how long the shaman is. Oh, count the wisp bounces. So the shaman has enough range to hit just past this patch of grass. That doesn't feel bad to me. Let me just make sure that the jeweler doesn't care about houses. It does, so I need to play them before I play the houses. I think with the shaman that I'm playing here and the city center and the wisp bounces that I'm doing, I'll get enough base points to be able to make it to the next round, to get a few more mansions down up here, to play the jeweler first and then houses after. Let me just make sure that houses don't take... They do take a -2 for being beside a jeweler. Oh, that's rough. It's not the end of the world, I guess. And if I have a wisp in the area, it's reducing the minus by 5. I guess it's only one instance of like -5 that I'm getting from it. But hey, it's something. And do markets care about being beside jewelers? Because then I could like... Well, no, the houses that I'm playing here will pull the wisp onto the market if I need it up high again. The jeweler's not like masons or anything. It's just houses and walls that they don't like. I think I'm still fine to do this strategy then. I could also play houses all the way down here. Then they're not beside the shaman. I think I'll play like 1 or 2, at least to get them in this shaman's range, and in that one, the small point reduction that playing a house after a jeweler, I'd want to play it before jeweler, but the small point reduction that it gives is definitely worth it when I'm getting an extra 11 points total. Right, there's... It's so hard to think if there's like anything better, not just like knowing definitively that like one spot in a build is the best place to put something. And I'm not... I didn't even realize that my draw's at 2. I'm not getting many more. This is like maxed out for my buildings. Okay, if I play a mason here instead of over here, I'm going to assume that I only have 1 guild hall. This is worth 21 points compared to this guy's 10 points and passing the wisp along nicely for me. I'm fine with playing a mason here for 10. And then I play the shaman next, because that was the plan. Where is he? This guy? We'll only take a -1 reduction, and then I can place the city center next. We'll count those 2 bounces. I get another... Like, why not? I mean, at this point, I should be playing my houses and stuff over here instead of down here. I mean, the 25... Oh, I can't get the 25. The 22 isn't half bad. And I might be able to get more on it if I don't play this house here first and I play it down here or something. I'll save the wall platform for another building that, like, I need to play off. Like, another big building to play later. Maybe it fits a market or a guild hall or my monument at, like, a prime position. In my next island, though, these guys are definitely being played around houses and mansions more. It's the city center next. And that's played down and off to the right. So that it doesn't hit the city center, but it doesn't need to be played that much. Actually, the closer that it is to here, the more likely that houses are in range of it. So I do want it to be as far up as possible. I think there feels good. And then I'll double check that with a house to see if it's in range. 1. It's like 2 at max. I want this guy to be in range as well. That definitely takes up too much space. I want to rotate him in a different direction. That takes up too awkward of space. So if we play that house, oh, and we get another one exactly like him afterwards, I can't fit him close enough to the city center. How close is he to hitting it? Not as close as I thought. And I don't think there is a way to get him close. There is a way to get him close enough to the city center. Does that mean that I take a hit on the shaman points, like the 5 points here, and then I take... That's an extra 6 for putting more houses beside the city center? So I do... It's hard to see a 14-point house with a wisp and say that's where I want to be placing these buildings, you know? That feels like it's too small on points. Oh, and I'm not able to redact that city center anymore. It is in range of this guy, which means that he's not able to get in range of... Oh, he is able to get in range of just the masons down here, but then it's not... Oh, I can put him up here. That's good. That's good. Then he's still in range of the huts that I wanted to play. And I think the fish kite scales off of city centers. Nope, just other big buildings. I think I'm going to subtract 1 from my wisp bounces because I probably counted this house over here, and now I've redacted it. Okay, if I play 14 over here, then I can still play it beside the shaman and the city center. But this is the last building that I play beside both. Do I want it to be like this at a weird angle, or do I want it to be like this and build it on the grid space nicer? I think like this. We count those 2 wisp bounces. This guy can hit everything that I want it to, except for the last city center down here. That leaves space for another 2x2 in here. If I get another small corner piece, I'll be able to fit it on this guy to hit everything again. And then it's like... It's still not even the most high scoring, like, house area. I'm only also allowed to play houses beside these mansions like this in the late game because there are so few buildings that I need to stay segregated for. Like the circuses, the taverns, the jewelers. So we play this house here. And we hope that this is close enough to the shaman. That's not going to be. Okay, now knowing that I have this piece, I can maybe build around it. Let me undo this guy and say that you are in this shape instead. Here. And then you sneak in like that. But you're not close enough to the shaman on the right-hand side. If this fit, that would also work, which it needs more space. I could put this guy at an angle then. So like... this. Oh, and it sticks over the edge too. That could be really nice for what I'm trying to go for. Or it could take up too much space. Wait, can I just... I can do this. It looks disgusting. I think that still allows my jeweler to be played in, like... It's 111 here. It allows it to be played here still, probably. I'll double check after that. Wisp bounce. Because I got it onto this building. And I set it up, I think, like this before. And then the jeweler still has enough space to get... Yes, that is 111 because I'm getting a -4 from the house. Do I wait on mansions? I'm like one building off of it. What would I place to get me enough points to get there? The city center is not going to be beside a guild hall, a mill, or a mason. It's not going to get any more points than what it is right now, apart from giving other buildings more points. The buildings that I want it to give more points are 30 across all of the huts to them. So I'll place it up here so that it's in range of these huts, or I think there's a second spot over here that was good for them. But they're not going to be in range of this plateau. So it makes these guys worth 22. 22. Wait, oh, because it's hitting that city center down there. Okay, this is where I'm playing all of my huts, meaning I needed another city center on this side of the map, which I'm no longer able to do without taking a point loss, and a large one at that. Makes my eventual Hermitage worse, but it gets these huts that are worth 27 to be worth more, a lot more than that. I'll wait on playing the city center to see if I can find a better spot for it. It looks like I'm gonna ship all of my huts here. See, like, it might be a bad decision, but like maybe placing a wall platform here so I can place the city center out in the middle of nowhere so that it's far enough away from everything to get no point reduction and it gives points to the huts is worth it. That feels like I'm like shoehorning it in too much, or like working too much around a problem. The sawmill and the lumberjack are not going to have the wisp bounced to it as much as I want it to, and there's not going to be any better spot than here for a sawmill. And it's close enough to the warehouses that I want it to be too. So we need to get a... Oh, right, there was a good spot for huts up here, but it's been replaced by this one over here. So I no longer need to place these guys. I don't need to worry about this space being taken up by anything than a lumberjack then, so I'll play that. Just seeing if there's a way to get it like closer to the wall to get 10 points. And there's no place down here worth 10 points? Not even close, because it gets in range of the lumberjack over here. 11 points? That could be more worthwhile. I think I'll do that. Oh, wait, what is it? Is it industry or harvesting buildings? Oh, I thought I took one of the boons where it's like, sustainable. You take no point reductions on industry or harvesting buildings. The Hermitage or the Guild Hall here could do really well with that because these are just industry and harvesting buildings, and I'm taking like -40 points on it. Then I could play the sawmill after that. I'm not assuming to get more lumberjacks. And that gets me to the next building pack. We get a wheat field and another mason. So masons don't want to be beside the shaman or the city center anymore. Highest base scoring ones are looking like here, beside the wall, or over here. It's something that I can use to like pull the wisp off of the warehouse if it ever moves up there eventually. I did get any mansions, and I'm not going to be getting many more. I think I'm fine to play a good market here because I don't need the space for other buildings. Maybe a warehouse does well, so maybe I could shrink the... A warehouse does do really well on this platform. I could shrink the platform here so that, or shrink the... If I shrink the market, it's not going to fit beside this warehouse. I'd probably need to shrink the warehouse as well. Because it's beside the precious metal mines down there. That's what's bumping up the score so much. So a mason over here and here would supply points to this warehouse, which is a good thing. It's in range of both of the markets. I could also just play the two warehouses here at full size, save this small amount of edge for something, and then both of my markets that I want to shrink, here and here, still do very well. It doesn't put a warehouse in range of this guy, but inside of range of the guild hall. Oh, it's worth 31 now because of the extra sawmill that I played down. But it's this over here is worth 70 in range of the two markets, accounting for its score. This one is only worth 51 in range of the one market that's accounting for its score. So that means that a mason over here is better. Do I have any houses? No, I already finished placing all of them. I was thinking maybe fitting one into here would be worth more than whatever the wisp is down there currently. There's no way that I can use like a tower to pull this wisp off to get it by the mason, right? I mean, it would pull it off, but then there's nowhere for me to put it next. Or I put a mason pretty low here, and that's how I bounce the wisp around. How good is a mason here? It's hitting the next shaman, so not very. What about this? Okay, because the tower is quite tall. Maybe I can keep it in range by putting a mason up here. It's worth... I saw 15 on here at one point. Is that it? 13. Did I need to get that tower in range? Do I need to get... Maybe I only saw 13 and I'm just gaslighting myself. I'm going to say it's only worth 13. But if I'm looking for 13 points, the furthest place out that I can put it is here. If I'm fine with just 10 points, I can put it... What's it getting the extra 3 points from when it's here? Where's it getting 7 points from? Oh, it's that it's getting the city center and the shaman down there to give it 7 points. The tower was like 43 points here. So I need to get a mason in range of a tower that is here, which means that I have to put it on this wall. It's scoring 12 because of the wisp, and then more because I'm bouncing it onto the warehouses, onto the markets, because I'm mostly done playing my residential buildings. If I play like one or two afterwards, I'm gonna cut my losses and say that it's better to bounce the wisps onto the market. So I'm fine with the tower going here. 42 question mark. Oh, the tower can go all the way over here and still get the amount of points that I wanted it to. The further I put it over here, the easier it is going to be for masons to hit it. So we do that. And then we play our mason for 14. Seems pretty good. That was originally a 7, and then this is giving it an extra 7 points. So, like, it could or it should be better. But I'll take a 14. This is reducing every hut that I play in the area by 1. Do I ship it on the huts, then? they're only going to be scaled by a city center that I play in the future. City center can't be played like anywhere along this cliffside. Because this wasn't a high scoring like city center, I just got it from the statue over here. No, because if I demolish it, then that defeats the purpose of having a bunch of city centers beside the hut. I guess this mason that I place here I could demolish in the future. I don't need to worry about it reducing my hut score by too much. Interesting. There's nothing else that I should be thinking about when I play this building. The warehouses, yeah, are definitely going to be in range of it. I play both the warehouses. Now, let's see which way gives me more points. It's 45 if I do this, and then... no, I'm not going to get lucky enough to get a 40. Yeah, so this is the first building. Let's count those 2 wisp bounces. And now if I have a warehouse there and I like say wanted to play houses, I guess I can't see if the houses scale off the warehouse. It would be in range of the Shaman 1, Shaman 2 maybe, the city centers, a mason, maybe this tower and both the wall platforms. I might save playing my other warehouse for that. Meaning I need a city center or something else to grant me some points while I'm waiting. The wheat field was to wait for what exactly? The guild hall that was going down here, because now more of them are going to be in range. Hold on. This is worth 90 here, and I think that's because, yeah, it gets the extra wheat field in range. I can put it here and have it be in range of the next wheat field that I place, which still isn't enough to get it a bunch of score. Okay, if this is 78, and I can find a spot to place down 2 wheat fields without making it go over. Why is that 80? Oh, because it's in range of the wheat field up top again. Okay, so like this, 78. We play 1 wheat field here. And the next one we would want to place here. Is this wheat field here outside of range of this guild hall at 78? We need to get it out of range of the other wheat field first. That feels like it's impossible now. Was it like backwards, which is why it wasn't? No, it was this direction where it wasn't in range. And this still isn't in range of that wheat field up top. So I'm safe to play the next one to get me to the next building pack here. This is taking up space for where my market was going to go. Let me just see. Shrink building. Does it still fit roughly where I want it to be? That's a lot of points lost if I play a wheat field there. But there's no other spot for me to keep them connected. I guess I can play the market. No, I can't play it here because then it's taking the points away from this guy. How much do they dislike each other? 35. Yeah. It's probably not worth it to make them dislike each other that much. So it's 104 there. And then this would be 60. It'd be 70 points. This is already less than that. I could play a wall platform here and have it be like in the exact range that I want. Just play it to the outside over here. Meaning I'm allowed to play my wheat fields. I think, yeah, I can use a wall platform for one of my markets. And I don't need to use a shrink building on a wheat field. There. We'll see the next 2 buildings I get. A mansion. The next 1 building that I get is a mansion. What was I even waiting on again? Ah, more houses for up here, which, unlikely. And I can always put them down here now if I need to. So I played this guy with this one trying to hook in underneath it in mind. But I don't know if that's possible with how the camera... No, it is. Okay. I don't think on like the bigger LPs it would be possible, but this guy fits. No point in not placing him, right? He doesn't pull the wisp off of the warehouse. I guess that's fine. I want to pull it onto the market anyways. If this is a house, it would pull the wisp. Because I think... Do houses like warehouses? I can't remember. There we go. Found the spot again. I'll ship it. Now I can play the second warehouse up here. No extra points anywhere. We play that. And then I play... Market number 1 is going to be harder to pull the wisp onto. Market number 2 is going to be easier to pull the wisp onto. If I play this one first, I can test to see if this one over here is better. Man, and I'm not using my demolishes. I feel like I could place a market here and then demolish it and then play a second one here as well. But that stops me from, what is it? It reduces my points from this market by 40, which just isn't worth it. This one, if I place it here, I don't think it's conceivable to be able to play a second market over here. I might have to... There's the option of taking the point loss, or there's the option of playing this one first and then getting a wisp bounce onto this guy second. Yeah, because if I try playing him as like up and to the right as I can, it's still taking up half of this location, which means this market is going to be in range of this one. So without a wall platform here, it's just not happening. I don't need to shrink one of my markets then. But if I want to play a market over here to bounce the wisp onto to continue building, I'd want to do it now. There's nothing that, like, the fish kite gets mad about. The guild hall is pretty mad at some of these parks. Or I think, like, a second lumberjack. I could get rid of some of them for, like, plus 10 with a demolish. But, like, that's such a small amount. It's something. It's something. Where else would, like, a city center be good if I didn't have the... reduction in points? I like no, because I need huts to be played while the city centers are up to make them worthwhile. With a monument, anything that's stopping it from greatness? Not really, just the fact that I didn't put many parks over here and most of them are over here. Yeah, if I had a monument over here with sustainable, that could be pretty good. Like I could force more of my parks to be in this area and then all of the reductions don't matter anymore. Like, I want to place the wall platform first, and then the market on top of it afterwards. I'm fine with the warehouse placement, so I'm fine to lock it in. Let me see if this market... Yeah, this market is going to be out of range of this one. It's worth 115. I saw 115. If I shrink it, maybe it's worth a bit more, as opposed to 125. The wall platform isn't getting better. If I have a house, it could be also in range of, I guess, this other wall platform. It's... does the market like the jeweler? Does not care. Does the jeweler like the market? It does. Can I play it up here? It's out of range of most of the houses, too. Well, that's really nice, actually. How do I get it off the jeweler? Because I'd play it onto the market, and then the wisp goes onto the jeweler, and then... Does the fish kite like a jeweler? Doesn't care. Does this like a jeweler? Doesn't care. I'd have to hope for another mansion, which I've already played down below, which... I thought it was a free building because there's nothing else for me to play. I guess it does scale this jeweler, too. I'll hope that some of my other draws are mansions, or even a house to pull it off. Yeah, I can do that. I can play this guy here for 115 and feel comfortable with that decision. No need to shrink, no need to increase the... Okay, let me see how many extra points I get by increasing his area, because I think that the fish kite is still going to be the best if I do that. Yeah, it's worth 130 points instead of like the 85 or whatever. this is worth an extra 45 points. So I'm going to save the fish kite for the increase in area. Now, is there anything stopping this market from getting points? Just other markets. So demolish is not going to help, and those are my only 2 boons? Yes. Gives me another hut. Okay. I think I send it on the jeweler as my next building. And if I get another one, it is still in range of everything down there. There's a 139, but I think it's a red back here. Yeah, it's not possible to hit. So 135 is where I play a jeweler for. We get a house. So a house... Oh, it does fit. Okay, that's good. That's good. Is still worth a lot of points. The jeweler's only -2, but it does pull it off. And then it can go onto this market that I place over here next. Yeah, and that... I should have tested if this is out of range or not, because that looks a lot closer now that I'm looking at it. Oh, just barely. Just barely. Okay, okay. So it could be house into market. I don't want to play the monument yet for another city center maybe being in range. For maybe a park that I get. No, parks up here are probably worth more than down here. Okay, this would be in range of the monument, and it might be... It had to be like in line with the mill for it to be in range of some of the huts. So maybe this is the best location for a city center? Let me just see. The huts that are over here, I'd get... Most of the extra points are all the way down here. The city center needs to be past the mill for me to get any points. And it's only able to be passed by like 1 hut's worth of space. So at best, I get 1 hut here in range. And then a second one back here, but that already looks too far away. If I play my huts down here, they're still getting 24 points. Oh, there's even 25 locations. Okay, so then that gives me a bit more space in where my city center can go. If I can get it on one of the rock faces here, that could work. This is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Out here? No, it doesn't go far enough. So this city center can give an extra 36 points to the hut. If I place it for a base 23, as opposed to, yeah, taking any of the negatives from being beside another city center, this is just more worthwhile. I still really want to find a spot on, like, this cliff face that would work. Like, it's close, but it doesn't hit it where it needs to. I've got a lot of shrink buildings left. Let me try placing it in areas with a shrink building to see if I can get it to shimmy into any locations that I couldn't before. Like on top of this rock. No, that would have been the perfect spot for it. If I shrink the building, it doesn't matter over here. Playing it up here isn't going to matter. I think I'll just play the house into the market for now. If I play it over here, I leave space for one more house to be in here, in the middle, in the future. If I play it in the middle, I cash in my 28 points now instead of my 25 or 26. I think I'm fine to cash in on the 28 points. We play a shrunken market over here. To get a crisp 128. The huts care about markets. So no, they don't. Okay. Another wheat field. Man, if only I got one more Hermitage, it would get a lot of points on all of these farming buildings. So I've got like a very few set of options in front of me. The fish kite needs to go down. Guildhall, Aviary, Circus Lighthouse. It can go down like now, unless I get any more buildings that are worth like 15 more points in the future. It's what I wanted to use my increase area on, and it will hit. Yeah, there's no further increases elsewhere, right? Yeah, no, it hits 165 being in the center. The monument, if I had it increase in range, maybe that's more worthwhile. Okay, so I'm hitting 120. Gonna hit any more by going lower here? Going off to the left instead? No. So I need to get the brewery in range, and then there's like one more building. Yeah, the second tower over there. So this is getting an extra 45 points if I increase it in range. What if I increase the monument in range? So it was getting like, I think 56 here before. Now it's hitting 93. I can also make it hit 104. That's up by 50 points roughly. I'm checking the wheat fields up top to see if there's any way that I can get it out of range. Any way that I can get it out of range, but the city center gives it too many points. It's better to be placed in range of this guy here. Okay, so increasing the range of the fish kite gets it an extra, it was 120 to 165, which is 45 points. This guy is, I think it's 56 to 104. Oh, I need to... No, it's 64 here. Now that I can play him on this ledge, is there any more? 64, that's an extra 45. Both of them are exactly an extra 45. That's crazy. Okay, but if I play the monument further back, like I wanted to over here for 104 points, is it in range of the guild hall to give it extra points? No, I do not think so. It's getting 90. Okay, if I place no more huts here to make it worth any more, I could play a city center down here to give the guild hall extra points by 12, but that's too much of a loss in points. The base points here is better. I still want to find a spot for the hut to work with the like another city center. This wall is a surprisingly good area for a guild hall. If I shrink this building and place it here, no, it's not going to be worth any more. Right? $77 as opposed to like 90. Yeah. Okay. The monument couldn't be in range up here. The fish kite definitely isn't in range of the guild hall. We don't need any more huts. I still, like, it's the city center and the huts that are bothering me so much now and that are slowing me down more than, like, I should be. Okay, I could play huts here for 26 points each. Oh, and I can't play them on this corner? Oh, that's tragic that I did that to myself. That I didn't leave one block of space on both sides for the huts. What can I do about it? This space down here doesn't work because of the other city center. It just has to go up here. I think I'm fine putting it out in no man's land and calling it a day. I guess I don't need to before I play like the higher scoring hut buildings. Yes, I'll be playing my huts up here. Wait. There was that's a 26 spot in the future, and there was down here. No longer any good spots. Down here is 24. Over here is 25. That's a misplay up there. Another Mason. Interesting. 21 as the most that I can get. Yes. If I play it over here by the Shaman, it could give an extra 12 points to the guild hall. That's 19. Yeah. I'll play it here, and hopefully the guild hall's in range of it when it gets 90 points. That seems like it could be in range. We'll go for it. Is there a way that I pull the wisp onto this Mason? No, because I've got it stuck on the market for right now. There's the 19. We take that. Come on, 102, 102. Oh, is it already in range of a Mason? Why is it showing? Oh, it's showing -10 for the second hut there. And I think it hits the hut at the exact same time. No, it hits it just a bit earlier than the Mason. And it also hits the sawmill. So unless I play it even further back for 11 points or 14 points instead of the 19, maybe I can get the 19. I'll try one more time. Yeah, no, it doesn't feel like it. So it's 21 points over here, which is 7 more than 14. This guild hall is an extra 12 points if it's in range of this guy. So we do a 14 point here. I mean, so long as that actually works. Yeah. And then the guild hall is now... Is it really just like in the same breadth? It's hitting the hut up top, so it's only getting me an extra 2. I need to place the Mason in a more precarious position. Okay, so this was 14. This is 9. 9 is the same as after I get a +12 to putting a 21 here, but this feels like more Masons want to be in this area anyways, so maybe some like 1 or 2 buildings in the future are going to benefit from this Mason more than playing it out there by the guild hall. I can play more huts before that happens, though, before I play my Mason. A city center for 23, or a city center... it can't be in range of the guild hall. Am I dumb, and is this worth more points to put a city center down here and then huts like up here? It's 21 points. 24 down here. Okay. It's still... It's not a blunder to be playing these guys early. Something I should have checked, though. The monument, if I were to place it here... I still have demolishes. Am I gonna demolish anything? Okay, so the monument here, is it taking a minus to any of its points? No. If I play it up here, it's just getting less parks, so then it's less worth it. It's like, this 64 is where I'm playing the monument. And nothing in my, like, hotbar is currently reducing in points so much that I'd want to use a demolish on it. And there's nothing that I want to shrink exactly either. Maybe I could shrink the guild hall and get it to, like, fit in a better location over here. I could have maybe done that with a mason, but that's like a little bit much to check, you know? Yeah, it feels like I'm still getting the same 90 as before. I think I'm gonna ship it on the guild hall. Or I could play the monument and the mason, and that'll get me to the next building pack. And then I have the guild hall as like a backup in case there's any building that doesn't have a good spot, and I can put it beside it for an extra 12 points. I get a park. Punished. $21 is seeming like the best. There's no way that it's worth more down here, yeah. So it's the 21 up here. It's the guild hall going down for 90 points like I saw before. And that's the max we get out of it. And then I can play the wheat field to get me to the next round instead of the fish kite, hoping for another big building. And of the boons, I did not use 2 of my shrinks, and I used none of my demolishes. I think that's me playing it poorly. You have to be kidding me that I get this as my final one. I guess it's not that bad. There's like, it's beside the buildings that I want to, and the guild hall doesn't want to be beside it as well. It's just, it feels like it came so late. I'd planned so heavily into getting a second Hermitage. Let me double check that like its increased area isn't any better. And I guess I can also shrink the building if I don't use the increase in area to see if it does any better. It does worse up there. Wow. Okay, let me try shrinking it to see if that changes anything. Yeah, I can move it up closer for a few more points. I think that's more points than before. I remember seeing it as like 78 instead of 98. Yeah, there's no way putting it up there is worth it. Okay, so Hermitage. There. Now we have 1 shrink building for maybe the next building that comes into play, the 2 demolishes left over, and I'm going to increase my area on my fish kite so that it hits everything in my... everything on my island. Do you only get 1 fish kite? They don't like each other by minus 45. I think that's... I guess it's like easy enough to play around in the future when I get multiple of these. And it also takes the wisp. That's a bounce that I need to log. A park as my final building to place. Oh, and I'm not going to be able to score 40, so I don't get 1 more building. But that doesn't matter. I'm not going to get another score loop out of it. That's where most of your points would come from. Open up a sealed boon and look for something like Verdure this late in the game for some base points or Blossom or something. 17's looking like the best. 18. Can play it for 18. Be happy with that. Not my best, not my worst. It is beside 2 Hermitages. That would do it. Okay, so retrospection on this island. There's a lot of mistakes that I made that I could play for better. I think I got a little bit screwed on brewing packs early on. I am a fan of taking city packs early now with how much each of them were worth. 30 points, and if I were to build around the wall platforms, that they would be even better. I want to build around the wall platforms. I need to do that. So maybe I take like 4 industry packs, get enough base buildings for score, and then I take more houses and stuff afterwards. I'm very sad I only got 1 wall. I wanted to start like circling or enclosing these guys. I didn't play for huts well enough. Getting them scoring at 30 is all right, but I could get them beside more city centers. I should have been able to plan around this guy and this guy. I just wasn't thinking about the 6 huts that I had in my bar because it's a building that I often just like shoehorn into my build at the end rather than make. The shaman mason thing over here, it was a bit cheeky. I think I like putting down the houses before I get any of the markets down. Bouncing wisps is easy and good to do on those buildings. I don't think I was getting many better mason spots, especially without a temple, without sand pits. So that was fine. The aviaries. Why did I play him that early? Oh, now that I know that I was getting wall platforms, imagine how many mansions they're beside. Like that's gotta be like I got them up to I think 30 points because I bounced them bounced some wisps onto them. I think that would be now like around 45 or 50 as a base score for an aviary instead of 30. It would have been so much better. Especially with like an increase in area, or if I were to demolish the city center that's at like the heart of the mansions, and then I'd play the aviary either in the pocket that the city center is like missing. They look a bit too big for that, or I just wouldn't take the minus 10 points and I'd be able to get it right beside the area. What else was incorrect? I didn't play for a monument enough. I think my parks were a little bit sporadic. I like playing them over here for points, but I needed to play them on one side or the other and play for monuments. I'm surprised I didn't get more mills, but I'm happy with how those turned out. This house section, I think it was necessary for me to play points on it early. I remember that. There's a lot of leftover space that I didn't get around to using, and that feels rough. I had to shoehorn a couple houses down here to make it work. The towers I only used for wisp bounces, and I didn't get like max points out of them. I think that's fine. I think it gave me more points in the long run. What else? I think the biggest issue was the wall platforms here, and like now knowing that I can get to them, playing my mansions before they spawn in. Playing the base level if I need points is fine. Playing anything other than mansions on wall platforms, I think I'm just trolling. The guild hall I made mistakes on by playing too many parks over here early. That lost me a lot of points. What else? I'm fine with how the breweries turned out, honestly. I got them beside the taverns when I needed to. I'm glad I got rerolls. I'm glad I got the Summon Wisp. My boon choices. It's nice to get rid of Demolish because I don't use it often. I needed to find a way to use it. I really wish that I had a better use case for it, or like I could see them visually as well, because like hiding them behind the boon thing, having to flip over them, I just forget that I can shrink buildings or demolish. There weren't many buildings that I wanted to shrink though. It always felt like markets were like awkward to place even though they were so large. Like I had 3 of these, so I could have shrunk both of them. This location just didn't work as well as I wanted it to because it was still in range of this guy. City centers. Maybe I could place 2 of them beside each other and like get enough points off of it, especially if I knew beforehand that I was going to be playing so many mansions in this area. I think that's a strategy that I can go for earlier on, is play 2 city centers right smack dab beside each other, play a bunch of mansions down below, and play those city centers close enough to a wall that I can play a wall platform above them, and then fill that up with mansions when I get there. The jeweler turned out really well. I'm happy with that planning. What else? There's probably more mistakes that I made at the time that I talked about then, but I don't think I can think back or remember any of them, especially now that it's a day later. I'm going to stop the recording here, get a panorama, and then we'll see how much my bonus points are for this video. Okay, so I am back, and I'm here to show the bonus points. The Wisp bounces as well, 63 of them, I forgot to mention, especially because they're, like, I should say early game points with me getting it on Boon 2, but like mid game points to be able to push to more building packs and not have to place any of my large scores for as long. Getting those 300 points earlier as opposed to getting something like, oh, increase the score of what the next building that you place by 60%. And I get 2 of those. I played them on both of my guild halls last time. I got like around 300 points from them, I want to say. Maybe like, yeah, between 200 and 350 points I got extra. These Wisp bounces, I can't say that I count them every single time or I count them properly, but around 63 is what I got on this. That's 315 points. That's a lot, especially because I'm not shooting that gun at the very end when I'm playing my really large scores. I'm playing that as I'm going along. Sure, it shoehorned me into some bad positions, sneaking back and forth here with like the mansions and the aviaries when I could have saved some more mansions for here. It did score me lower overall, but if I can play around it better or well in the future, it can give me the power that it did for this run while not sacrificing anything for the late game. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Now I'm wondering how much of an extra point total we get. Last time I think I got an extra 180 from my score loops. My highest building, not as much as before, I don't think. Score loops, 105%. That island, terrible compared to the last one. Not bad, but like not the standard that I want to be holding myself to. But that's it for this video. I'll see you guys in the next one.